Test.
That should work. Okay. And Brandy, can you test yours, please?
Test 1, 2.
Don't worry, I have you on maximum mouse level. Got it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to Dogma Debate. Check 1, 2. Okay. Sounds good. All right. And we're live on video?
Yep.
Fantastic. Wave to the nice people there, Jeremy. All right. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to talk with Larry Decker first of SCA. We got about a 10-minute conversation. Then I'm going to talk to Brandy for a few minutes, and then I'll introduce you and bring you on. So feel free to, you don't have to hide or, but they won't know who you are until I introduce you whenever it's time for us to chat. So, all right, we're going to go live. You ready, Brandy?
Yep.
It'll make you laugh. It'll upset you. But most importantly, it'll make you think. This is Dogma Debate with David Smalley.
Welcome to Dogma Debate. I'm your host, David Smalley. I have a special announcement to make for all those people who've been wondering why I'm leaving Dallas. Why am I leaving Texas and moving to Los Angeles? The announcement is that I can announce it in a couple of weeks.
Aw, that's just wrong.
Is that mean or
That is
what?
awful.
I promise before I leave, I'll tell you what's going on and why. So many people just got excited. All three of them. They got really excited. No, I promise. The confirmation did come down today that everything's in place, but I can't say it until we have a link to share with it. And so that's going to come on the next episode of this show. I promise you will have that information. Even if I find out the information early and have to do a special show just to tell you, that's what's going to happen. So yes, in January, we are moving Dogma Debate to Los Angeles, and that's all I can tell you for now. But today's episode is going to be a lot of fun. I posted today, I have a Christian friend in studio at this point. I got to call you a friend. Please welcome Jeremy Christian to the show. And yes, Jeremy Christian is his real name.
Yeah.
It's actually, you're Jeremy Christian.
I am.
You're a Christian blogger. You go by Hedley Von Noggin,
Yes.
which I think is the most creative and awesome name I've ever heard. I think it's awesome. I'll be talking to you in just a few moments. What we're going to do, I didn't know what I wanted to talk to you about today. I just know I wanted to talk to you before I left.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you could come in studio. Thank you for joining me today. So I posted on Facebook. I said, I don't have any topics. Usually I call the Christian ahead of time and say, here's a couple of things. Are you cool with this? And they say yes or no. We didn't do that.
No.
So I just posted on Facebook today and said, do you have any questions out there that you've always wanted to ask a Christian that you've never heard asked? And so I got a lot of really good feedback. Within a couple hours, there were over 100 questions.
Wow.
And so I went through them all and got as many as I could. I didn't get them all because as I was pulling them, more questions were coming in. So I'll get to as many of those as I possibly can. And Brandy's here with us today. Hi, Brandy.
Hey.
And so first off, though, I want to get an update on what's going on with the Secular Coalition for America. Please join me in welcoming Larry Decker to Dogma Debate. Hello, Larry. How are you, sir?
David, I'm doing well. How are you?
I am okay. I would be lying if I said I was fantastic. So I'm trying to be honest here.
Hey, trust me, I'm right there with you.
Man, I'm so stressed. You ever try to sell a house, sign a book deal, move, and do secret things all at the same time?
Well, geez, I just thought you were talking about what's happening in Washington. I mean, I had no idea you were talking about what's going on in your life.
Oh, so much stuff.
We can add that to it. I mean, my car got wrecked last night. If it's any consolation.
Oh, no.
So,
Are you okay?
oh yeah, I wasn't driving. I wasn't even there. A good friend of mine had the car, but
I was going to say that might have been the problem.
Yeah, I was
well,
like,
You can't
what?
just push it down the street, Larry. You have to control it.
Right. No. This is why we all have insurance.
Yes.
I'm not. Yes, he's fine, and I'm. So that's the most important thing. Cars can be replaced, people can't. So
That's right.
It's all good.
Well, I want to start.
I actually thought, David, you were talking about the fact that every morning I wake up and I look at the scroll, the little scroll on the bottom of CNN, and I have to reacclimate myself to the new world order as it would be.
So just to test the temperature of the waters here, Jeremy, are you a liberal Christian or do you consider yourself conservative?
I would consider myself liberal.
You would. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're not a Trump supporter.
Oh, I'm still. I just bringing that up just sends a shiver down my spine.
Okay, nice to know.
Oh, that's
I think we
awesome.
can knock off about half of those questions I got for you today.
Jeremy, it sounds like Jeremy and I are doing the same thing when we wake up in the morning and we turn on CNN and we see, President-elect Trump. We have to just reacclimate ourselves to the fact that this is what's going on in our country.
Yeah, every day just reality sets back in. Oh yeah, that happened.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that happened. So were my eyes deceiving me? I've been very busy. Did I see Rick Perry come across my notifications?
Oh, you did. Yeah.
What in the hell?
Well, listen.
Department of Energy, right? Secretary of Department of Energy.
Well, and then I think that the funniest part about all of that is that he couldn't remember that was the department that he wanted to eliminate.
Yeah.
When he was running for president. We've got any number of these kinds of nominees that have been put forward for cabinet official positions that we have concerns about. Anyone from Scott Pruitt, the Attorney General in Oklahoma, who is suing the Environmental Protection Agency and is now going to run the Environmental Protection Agency.
Wait, he was suing them?
Yeah.
And now Trump has put him in charge of it.
Right.
My goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
And Rick Perry. For those who don't know, the Department of Energy, that's the division of the government that I used to work for. That is basically...
I forgot about that, David.
Yeah,
You're right.
I did. And I did technical security work, keeping all the communications secret and building servers for them to do that. I didn't have the information. I was just in charge of protecting it. But that's like the nuclear stuff, folks. That's where, who's got their, what stick do we put in the vat to mix up the junk? Like that's the department we're talking about. And that's a lot of very important stuff going on over there. And he's put Rick Perry in charge of that. That's a concern.
So, I don't think that most people recognize the scope of the Department of Energy. And I'm glad that you raised it because a lot of people think it's just about oil and gas production. They don't think about the nuclear capacity of the United States. They don't think about how we're developing a lot of alternative energies or anything else. They think about traditional, what the word energy would mean. But you are 100% right. I mean, this is essentially where so much of our highest science ends up.
Well,
it's a big deal.
Wasn't he the chair of something overseeing NASA at one point?
I'm not sure.
No, that was Ted Cruz.
Rick Perry,
Sorry, no, that was Ted Cruz. I get those two dipshits mixed up. Sorry. Yeah.
Hey, you're still in Texas though, right?
Maybe that's why I get them mixed up.
Be careful what you say, my friend. I want you to get out of there, like, safe and sound.
Oh man, I wish
Um,
they would. I wish they would pick a fight with me before I leave here. I have nothing to lose. Okay, so let's move on. What is SCA doing? What are you guys doing over at Secular Coalition for America to help combat this? What's going on your side of the fence?
Well, I can tell you what we're not doing, and that is sleeping. We've not been sleeping a lot lately. We have been nonstop working on Capitol Hill and working with our friends and partners throughout not just our community as secular Americans, but a wider branch of people in terms of the groups that we work with here. We have some opportunities. And I don't want to turn all of this into bad news. I mean, yeah, we're going to have a really difficult, next few years. There's no doubt about it. And we're not exactly sure what we should expect from the first 100 days of the new administration. With that said, though, I mean, we keep seeing, day after day, the trickle of, appointees that the new president is putting forward. And while we respect it, and while we're being cautiously optimistic that we have opportunities to work with this new administration, and we're hoping that that is the case, we're also doing the types of things that we ought to be doing and we should be doing on behalf of the people that we represent, which include reaching out to members, both Republican and Democrat, of the committees that are going to interview during the confirmation hearings. These nominees, we're providing them with statements regarding our concerns, where we're asked and even where we're not asked. We're providing draft questions so that we can get these nominees on the record about issues that matter to secular Americans, so that we know what we're dealing with.
Okay.
And we know how we can move forward with them when they're running these massive agencies that have so many implications on our everyday lives. We're using it as an educational tool. We're using it as an opportunity to do some advocacy on our behalf. We certainly have any number of members of the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, as an example, that are going to interview people like Congressman and Dr. Tom Price for HHS Secretary, Betsy DeVos for Education Secretary. So we're utilizing the relationships that we already have in place.
Now, it seems like from watching
our
Larry, from watching the news, it seems like more and more Republicans are getting pissed at Trump. Like more and more people are going, I'm not with this guy anymore, and they're kind of pushing away from him. Is that easier for you? Do you have some Republicans that you could talk to now that you can talk to now that may have been a little more difficult to reach 6 months ago?
Well, I mean, I think that most people are utilizing this kind of, open strategy where we will talk to you. If you call us and you ask to meet with us, we'll meet with you and we'll have a conversation. I don't want to go out and say that the Republican caucus is turning against the president-elect. I don't know that to be the case. And, as much as I'd like to say that is true, I'm not going to, say something that I don't know for a fact as being the case. But here's what I will say, David. I've been through this before. I've gone through presidential transitions when I've worked for other organizations in my 2-decade experience in DC. This isn't uncommon. They want to know what the expressed interests are of any number of groups. There's a difference, though, that I have now today on my side that I've never had before, especially working with perhaps a conflicting party. And in this case, it would be the Republican Party. Mm-hmm. I've never been able to say that 1/4 of our population does not identify with the issues of a particular nominee. I've never been able to make that statement I've been able to talk about, members of this and that and everything else and blah, 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 kind of all, BS, if you will. Here, we have a significant portion of our population. We have changing demographics. We have members of the Senate, we have members of the House who are looking at this and they're saying, you know what? Even the members who used to say to me, well, Larry, I don't have an atheist in my district. You know what? You do. and they're getting that. They're understanding. We have changing demographics. We have changing principles. We have changing understandings of the way that the American electorate's going. And I think this is a good thing. So I want to use this as an opportunity, again, as I said, to educate, to influence, and to make sure that we get on the record these nominees who are coming up from Donald Trump's new administration. We'll treat them with with all of the respect that they deserve. But we want to make sure that they recognize there's a growing constituency in this country. And that's what we're here for.
That's beautiful. That's great. Now, anytime I get conflicting reports or anything that's confusing to me in the news, I call Larry. I don't know what you guys do. But I like to bring Larry on the show. Larry, I saw something come across my CNN app, because that's where I get a lot of my news. I know. I'll get your hate mail later, but I get the notifications. And today I saw something that John Kasich, the governor of Ohio, vetoed some sort of abortion bill. But the description of it, I didn't have time to read the whole thing, but part of it said that he still outlawed abortions after 20 weeks. So what did he veto exactly? What did he do that's good? What did he do that's bad?
So I wish I could give you the details on it. I'm going to give you the, and again, and I apologize to your listeners. I think that I can speak with some education on this, but probably not all of the education. We've had our face into what's going on here in DC. Governor John Kasich was presented with two bills. One was the heartbeat bill, which said that at the first evidence of heartbeat, abortions would be illegal.
Isn't that really early on? Like
that's about 6 weeks.
6 weeks. Okay.
5-6 weeks. That bill has been disproven and is unconstitutional in other states that have tried it. It would have been the most restrictive anti-abortion law in the country. The legislature, though, again, as the religious right does, and I think it's important for us all to recognize that, that all of this stuff is still going to happen at the state level. They were concerned that the 6-week bill wouldn't go through, so they ended up passing also this 20-week bill, which is based on so many misperceptions.
Yeah, we've got it in Texas too.
Yeah,
by the way.
Yeah,
it's like 22 weeks, I think. But
right, but the idea that a fetus can feel pain at 20 weeks. I mean, it's been disproven by science. This is all pseudoscience. This is all kind of crap that people are putting out there. The governor did pass that. I did not anticipate that he would not. He had two options. He had 6 weeks. He had 20 weeks. I think, I wish he vetoed both of them clearly, just based on my personal belief and based on science. But, it's Ohio.
Let me tell you something about John Kasich, and I learned this in the debate. John Kasich is a conservative I can respectfully disagree with. He holds to traditional conservative values, but he's not insane. Okay,
he's not insane.
He's
You're
not.
Right.
He has him and I could argue abortion. I would understand where he's coming from. I would say that he's using pseudoscience, but we would leave there understanding each other's position and why. And I thought that about him during the debate when it came up to gay marriage. He was one of the few people on the panel that said Kim Davis should have been thrown in jail. He said she broke the law. She should have been in jail. All the other ones were freaking out about that, saying that that she shouldn't have been. But he's not completely unreasonable. So I disagree with this decision, But the fact that I mean, look, you put that 6-week thing in front of somebody like Rick Perry, he's signing it. Okay. You put it in front of somebody like Ben Carson, Sarah Palin, Michelle Bachmann, they're signing.
They would have been all over it.
Exactly.
You're right.
Yeah.
And, what I will say is that the 20-week abortion bans run contrary to, the Supreme Court standards that, essentially say that beyond viability or before viability, we have to use discretion. The other thing I would say is that, more than 60% of Americans have suggested that a 20-week ban on abortion ought not be influenced by law. I find it, really interesting that, a lot of people who are subjected to the idea of having these conversations about, letting the majority rule and all of that sort of stuff, they pick and choose where they want to do it. Right now, gay marriage would be legal according to the majority. Abortion, by most standards, would be legal. Death with dignity would be legal. Abolishing any kind of federal or state taxpayer dollars to religious initiatives would be banned. Yet, we have an opportunity to suggest that where the other party is saying that we're overstepping in our federal reach because they think that Americans should decide, we've got data on our side that says Americans are with our values. They're with the work that we do. They are on the same page with the issues that we care about. And I think that what we're going to find early on in 2017 is that a number of Americans who maybe voted for to keep the majority of Republicans in the House and Senate and who voted for President Trump, President-elect Trump, they're going to say, whoa, but I didn't vote for that.
Right.
And we're going to see things that are going to come down the pipe. So,
well, Larry, tell the people how they can help. What can we do to help you? What's the best thing we can do right now?
Well, I think that the biggest thing, and I hate to say this, but I'm the executive director of an organization. So I have to say donations, money, all of that stuff helps. The second thing, though, and it's equally, if not just as, if not more important, to be honest, is to have people sign up. We saw what happened in Ohio this week. This is going to happen in Washington, D.C. We need people who are going to be focused on what's happening federally now that we have a Republican House, Senate, and Congress. We also need people who are going to be willing to look at what's going on in their state and at their local level and be vigilant and be active in what's going on. We need people to be engaged. And David, I've said this a number of times on your show, but I could never say it more clearly than I could today. We need people to not be spectator sports in politics. We need them to be engaged. We need them to, come to us, sign up to us. If you want to give money, that's great. If you just want to know what's going on, that's even better, because we need you engaged in what we're doing in 2017. This is how we're going to push back.
The website is secular.org. Go sign up for email action alerts and find out other ways you can get involved. Larry Decker, thank you so much for all the hard work you guys are doing over at Secular
Brandy,
Coalition.
thank you guys. I really appreciate always being on your show.
Hope your car gets fixed soon.
Brandy, you're so cute. Jeremy, good luck tonight.
Thank you.
You guys are going to have a great show.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Larry.
Thank you, David.
Ladies and gentlemen, Larry Decker from Secular Coalition for America. Coming up next, I want to talk to Brandy very briefly about something she's been doing. She got really excited about something. I was like, I gotta share this with the listener. We also want to tell you the final number from the 24-hour broadcast. That was exciting. Yay. And then we're going to get to our very awesome Christian guest and take some questions. All right. So stick around. More Dogma Debate is coming up.
Download Dogma Debate with no commercials by signing up at login.dogmadebate.com.
Here's an excerpt from God and the Folly of Faith by Dr. Vic Stenger.
Faith is a folly. It requires belief in a world beyond the senses, with no basis in evidence for such a world, and no reason to believe in it other than the vain hope that something else is out there. While a false belief may be comforting or even temporarily useful, it is a dubious guide to life or for the foundation of a successful society. While not all believers have an uncompromising faith, and many recognize the power and value of science, we will see that an influential minority of American Christians see materialist science as an enemy that needs to be renewed so that God is restored to his rightful place in the scheme of things.
Find this audiobook and many more at atheistaudiobooks.com. The facts you won't hear in church.
Hi, I'm Lawrence Krauss, and I'm looking around the room, and I don't see anybody. So I must be the fourth listener to Dogma Debate.
It's a beautiful picture from the Hubble Space Telescope of a distant galaxy, far, far away and long, long ago. And there's a whole galaxy. It's about 1 billion light years away. We're looking at it as it looked 1 billion years ago. So many of those stars no longer exist. And here's an object that's just as bright as the whole center of the galaxy. You'd think it's a star that's near in our galaxy that just got caught in the picture frame. It's not. It's a star on the edge of that galaxy that has exploded. And exploding stars shine with a brightness of 10 billion stars. They're the brightest fireworks in the universe, supernovae. And because it is the most poetic thing I know about the universe, the amazing thing is that every atom in your body came from a star that exploded. And the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know about physics. You are all stardust. You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time. They're created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way they can get into your body is if the stars were kind enough to explode. So forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today, okay? And anyway.
If you've been missing Dogma Debate, man, it sucks to be you. You're listening to Dogma Debate.
Hi, my name is Penn Gillette. I'm of Penn and Teller, and I am the fourth listener.
Welcome back to Dogma Debate. This segment, this whole show is brought to you by very, very special fourth listeners. If folks who are signed up at login.dogmadebate.com get all kinds of behind-the-scenes content. They're watching video right now. We're streaming live video inside the studio. You can also go watch old videos. You can download these entire shows without commercials. All the breaks get taken out. You hear pre-show audio, post-show audio. If we go off air and continue talking, we keep the mics on. Lots of good stuff, because we want to support the people who are literally making this possible for us to be alive and do this at the same time. But we like to take a little bit of time every now and then and feature a few of our premium supporters. And I want to say these folks are making this show possible today. So a special thank you goes out to Alan Glendening. That was going to be smooth. I was pretending to be professional.
You better get the names right, otherwise they're going to be mad.
It's Glendening. Alan Glendening.
No pressure.
Glendening. How would you say that, Jeremy? Is it Glendening?
Where are we looking?
On the bottom. Alan?
Yeah, Glendening.
Glendening.
Put the
Alan
stress in the middle.
Alan Glendening.
I'm going with that.
That feels better. Yeah. Lauren Carter, thank you for having an easy name.
Hey,
Michael Van Dillen, Beth Doblowski, Mark D. Smith, Easton Rice, and Brian Ross. I love people with short, simple names. You make me sound professional. Thank you all so much. Seriously. I know I butcher your names from time to time, but I really, really appreciate your continued support at login.dogmadebate.com. The broadcast-a-thon, Jeremy was asking me about it during the break. Yes, we literally go for 24 hours straight. We started at 4 p.m. on Saturday, December 3rd. And we went on air, and up here, do you see that timer right there? Mm-hmm. It says 27 minutes, 11 seconds, 12 seconds. That timer, by the time we were done, said 1 day and like 6 minutes or something. I posted a picture of it on Twitter. It just literally goes nonstop for 24 hours, nonstop show.
So 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, you even remember what you said?
So, there's a time leading up to it. We're always like, we got this. We've done it 3 years in a row. We always raise money for a charity. Leading up to it, we're always like, I'm nervous, but we're going to do it. It's going to be fun. And then people come over and it's this big deal. And we have a bunch of friends over and it's all fun. And then at about 5 a.m., everyone is sleeping out there.
Yep.
Brandy's usually in the shower going, I have to shave my legs. She does. She doesn't go to sleep, but she does have to stop to shave her legs. She's weird like that.
I'm weird.
And I'm sitting at this microphone going, this was a bad idea. Why am I doing this? But then something happens around like 8 or 9 a.m.
I feed you.
You feed me.
Yep.
And I feel much better. But this year, and last year we had a bunch of different people come in and host. I never went to sleep, but I got to go take big long breaks.
Right.
This year I was at the mic nonstop until I think it was 5 a.m. and Brandy took it for 3 hours. She went 5, 6, and 7 a.m. and I came back at either 8. I think I came back at 8 a.m. But yeah, she hosted for 3 hours.
Nice.
Yeah. So good job, Brandy, for hosting. Grand total, we actually left it up and people continue to donate in small amounts, and we definitely appreciate it. The grand total from the 24-hour broadcast for Camp Quest, a science camp for kids, $65,195. So a huge thank you to everyone who not only participated, but who gave to be a part of that. We really, really appreciate it.
It's awesome how everybody comes together. I love how loving everyone is.
It's really cool. It's freaking amazing. Our grand prize winner, which is a big high five next time I see her, who won first place and raised the most money during her hour, was Shelly Siegel.
Yeah.
She raised the most because, she cheated. One guy gave $15,000.
She didn't know.
She cheated.
No, she didn't.
She cheated. She cheated
you
because
can't blame her for that.
She cheated
No.
because she played the Baby Shark song, and she knows that is irresistible. She can't get away with that again next year. We got to watch.
How did it go again?
Baby shark, 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 and I don't know the rest.
Do.
We're gonna butcher it. So they're yelling at us right now.
Jeremy's like, "What are y'all doing?"
Basically, a cute little kid song about being eaten by a shark.
Oh, nice!
It's cute little kid song.
It's adorable, absolutely adorable. Okay, so before we get to Jeremy, and I know everybody's waiting, chomping at the bit. You've been listening to this, crap for half an hour. I do want to tell you about what Brandy's been doing. What you've been doing is you've been so excited about it. You found a little secret.
I have, yeah.
And you have fallen in love with something and gotten addicted to it, and so much so that you've created a website called brandyssecret.com.
Yep.
And that's a Y. Well, by the way, Brandy with a Y and 2 S's in the middle there. brandyssecret.com. And that just goes to a Facebook page for Brandy Secret.
Right.
But tell them what you've actually been doing.
Well, so for about 2 months, I was added to a group, which I absolutely hate. It makes me so mad when people add me to groups. But I was added to a group, and it was one of those things where I was like, yeah, it's awesome. It's great. We'll see in about 2 months how awesome it really is. Because, the new always wears off and it's not so great.
Yep. No matter what it is. And they have no idea what you're talking about yet. But
yeah. So I sat back and watched for a long time, and then all of a sudden one day I was like, you know what? I'm going to try it. And so I pulled out my wallet and I bought my very first lip sense collection. And basically it is lipstick that stays on for 4 to 18 hours, and it is awesome.
So it doesn't rub, it doesn't come off, and all this other stuff. And so there's some cool videos out there of people like putting red on the top and black on the bottom, letting it dry for a little while, a few seconds really, and then trying to rub them together and it doesn't smear. Like it's like it's sorcery is what I've basically come to understand.
Like she takes her finger and rubs it all over both of them and nothing comes off.
She can't smear it. Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Wouldn't paint do the same thing?
You know what? I'm thinking that it's something similar to paint. It's
got to be.
Because I literally forgot to take it off one night after going out with my girlfriends. And I woke up the next morning and I still had lipstick on. And I was like, oh my gosh. Like if I wasn't in love with it before, like I'm seriously in love with it now, and now I have to tell everybody about this stuff because people have to know. I'm not, if you know me, I'm more of a Burt's Bees type gal. Like I don't even wear lipstick.
You've never
ever
worn lipstick. Mostly, I don't know if it's because of me, but I remember like begging you stop because it was just every time you'd be like, "Oh, goodbye." Mwah. Like, damn it! Now there's crap on me.
Well, and
it's on my
because
face.
it's usually sticky,
It's sticky,
and this
it's
stuff
gr- I
is
hated
not
it.
sticky. This stuff does not rub off. You can have meals, and it will still be there like the amazing stuff that it is.
You can drink wine. It doesn't come off on your glass. This stuff is really, really cool.
Do you still love it when you have to take it off? You have to use like a lacquer?
No. There is this special solution that comes with the starter collection, and it's called Oops Remover, and it takes it right off with some warm water.
Huh.
Yeah.
We did a video of her teaching our daughter Talissa how to do it, and it's a really cute video of Talissa picking it up immediately, learning how to take it off and put it back on. It's pretty cool. All the details are at brandysecret.com. If you already have a Facebook window open and then you open a new tab and go to brandysecret.com, it'll take you right to it, or you can just search Facebook for Brandy Secret. It's a lot of fun.
And even if you don't want to buy, just come watch. Like, just come watch the videos and just hang out.
Well, that's the part we haven't told them. Like, Brandy loved it so much, she joined up to be one of the distributors to help people get more if they want it. So she's a part of it, super skeptical, and looked into it, and turned out to be a really, really awesome thing.
I'm still skeptical. I'm still waiting for that day that I wear it for like 30 minutes and it comes off on my glass or something. And then I'm like, oh, it's just like all the others, you know, but it just doesn't. So I'm just like, cool. Okay, until the evidence proves otherwise, like I'm totally backing this product. I have to.
Well, that's awesome. So check out brandysecret.com if you are interested. And also, you think you can get orders done in time for the holidays? If they come place an order real fast, can you get it to them by
hurry
Christmas? Up. Just hurry.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah. So I had to tell you about, she's been so freaking excited. She's been sitting in front of her laptop being like, oh, this color would look great on you. And oh, this color would be fantastic. You know what you need? You need this color. And people are loving it. So.
I don't even like lipstick. I don't even like makeup, really. I'm so shocked that I'm even into this. Like, it's crazy to me how this has totally changed my mind.
Well, that's pretty cool. So check out brandysecret.com if you're interested in that stuff. So, oops. Me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we should be back on now. Sorry about that, guys. That was totally my fault. Something popped up and I closed it, and it turned out to be our video instead of what I was trying to close. So I'm going to put this over here and not touch it anymore. All right. So earlier today, I posted, hey, I don't have any topics for our Christian guests. What do you guys want to hear? And so I got a lot of feedback, and I'm going to go through as many of these as we possibly can just to see how we can work through some of these things.
All right.
And I know you've heard this show and you've heard some of the more unreasonable people. You're not one of those guys. So I think you're the perfect one to ask some of these questions to. And you know, I don't know is always a perfectly acceptable answer. We're low pressure here.
All right.
The first one's pretty timely. Did you happen to see the video of the Christian pastor yelling at kids in line for Santa Claus?
Oh, I would have drugged that dude out into the parking lot.
Really?
Yeah.
So that was the first question from Chris. He said, by the way, are you a country music fan?
Oh, no.
No,
absolutely not.
You ever heard the name Chris Ledoux?
Yes.
Okay, this happens to be this guy's name. I thought it was funny, and I think he's actually told me he may be related. But he wants to know. He says, "What are his thoughts on that Christian pastor going into that Dallas mall, telling kids there is no such thing?"
Well, he's obviously trying to promote himself. He's trying to get attention on himself by undermining what these parents are telling their children. And
so let me play devil's
self-serving, ugly.
I agree. I do agree that it's self-serving because he's jacking with these kids in order to get more views on his YouTube. And he knows it's going to be shared and go viral.
Right.
But let me play devil's advocate for a moment. As an atheist, I don't teach my kids about Santa.
Mm-hmm.
I tell them the truth. I think a lot of times, I probably should have done a warning before this segment. Sorry. My bad. But I think a lot of times we lie to our kids. and we lie and we lie and we lie. And then we're shocked when they come home at 13 and start dropping the lies on us. That's kind of the behavior we set out. So I did something a little different with mine, and I never even went down that road. But we did pretend. But they knew it was pretend, and it's okay to pretend. We pretend about things like Tooth Fairy. Even to this day, I won't even say that it was me, right?
Yeah.
I'll still to this day talk about Tooth Fairy, and I'll talk about things coming from Santa, and it's all a part of that.
Well, my wife and I still do that. We
really to each other?
Yeah. The next morning, just leave stuff out.
See.
Oh, where'd that come from?
Oh, Santa, right?
Yeah.
That's adorable. I love that. So we just do that even with younger kids. It's all, we make sure it's part of pretend, but we engage them in the pretending. But to play devil's advocate, what if I were to say, you wouldn't have this problem if you didn't lie to your kids? This is the risk you take when you lie to your children about something like this. You risk someone telling them the truth at an inconvenient time. You set your kids up for that disappointment by lying to them in the first place. What do you say about that? I get it. The guy's being a total douche by doing what he did.
Yeah.
But what do you say to that? That, you kind of set your kids up for this as a possibility when you decided to lie.
Well, I mean, you're right. At some point, the truth's going to come out. They're going to realize that not everything they told was the truth, that not everything that came from you was 100% accurate. It's something you're going to have to deal with, but that should be your choice of when that comes, and not just
you think it's up to the parents, not up to some random stranger yelling at kids.
Because, well, I mean, when you're a kid, it's all about seeing the wonder on their face. I mean, you just you don't want to wreck that for them, and all their friends at school are getting Santa visits and whatever. So you don't want to, you're just playing along.
I never wanted my kid to be the one that told other kids at school. I was always like, listen, other parents don't share this kind of stuff. Don't tell anybody else. We'll keep this between us. So when other people talk about it, because my daughter would even not want to make other adults feel bad when they would say, what's Santa going to bring you this year? They would just kind of look around and go, well, this is what I asked for. She would just tell them whatever she asked us for, She would play along, not to be awkward in front of the adult, but I don't know. I get what you're saying, but I think at the same time, we got to be careful about what we tell our kids, because in a weird way, he's almost doing the skeptic's work out there, running around telling these kids this at an early age. They're getting the shock of their life going, wait a minute, you're telling me maybe something my parents told me could not be true?
Well, and not only that, but you as a parent have been standing in line for God knows how long.
That's true.
And he's busting you out now. I've been standing here for 2 hours, and now you're going to tell him?
You should have been at the front of the mall, dude. We'd have just turned around and went home.
Exactly.
Okay. There are tons and tons of questions out there. Okay, tons. One came in for me. I'll get this out of the way now because the rest are for you. Craig says, a question for David is, why is it okay for atheists to not know the answer to how science works or other questions about the natural world, since a lot of us are ignorant about a great many things, but he expects Christians to know everything about the Bible and its history? There are still unanswered questions in science. Maybe we'll know them someday, maybe we won't. David seems uncomfortable that Christians don't know the reasons why God has done things the way he has done them. And he believes that's sufficient reason to drive us away from Christianity when those mysteries compound. Yet there are all sorts of mysteries in science that don't drive us away from it. So the uncomfortability, that's a word, I think it is, of not knowing those answers shouldn't drive us away from either domain. Fair question. And you're typing very loud over there, Miss Heavy Thumbs, because you don't have your headphones on. So you're just, yeah, it's okay. We're going to teach you how to broadcast one of these days. You watch. She doesn't even care. I try to give her a hard time. She takes all the fun out of it by not caring.
Yeah.
So I'll say that's a fair question. However, I never expect. Jeez, what is? I never expect Christians to know all the answers, ever. In fact, I never would. I encourage people to say things like, I don't know, and to continue looking into it.
I don't get the impression that you expect them to know. I get the impression that you're looking to understand why they think what they do.
I couldn't have said it better myself. That's exactly where I was going. In science is constantly asking questions, trying to find how can we find out the next piece of information? But when a Christian sits across from me and says, I have a direct relationship with the creator of the universe, I know that gays should not be married. I know that this is the way everybody should live, and this is the way things ought to be based on my relationship with God. Well, now you've come to the table with knowledge, and so I'm asking you how you know that, right? I'm going, well, then where did you get that information? Well, it came from God. How do you know it wasn't Satan deceiving you to think something wrong? How do you know Islam isn't the right religion and this Satan is leading you down the wrong path because he wants you to burn in Muslim hell, right? How do you know this? So then I hold their feet to the fire to find out why they don't know so much about their belief, have so many holes in their Bible, yet still defend it. And not just defend it, but use it to make rules and life laws for other people.
Yeah.
Like Brandy says, people may not want a life like you. You might want to have your own method and someone else may want to be different. But when Christians overstep that and say, no, here's how you ought to live based on what I know about the creator of the universe. Well, now you've put yourself out there as a person telling me how we ought to behave. And so I don't think you should abandon your belief because you have questions. I think you should find the answers to those questions. And in science, we often do. We find those answers, and then that leads us down a path to advancement, and then we find more questions down the road.
Right.
When things are a mystery for years and years and years, a lot of people do abandon it in science, and they move on. String theory is one of those things. They have big conferences and go, guys, we're not really getting where with this, and we're not getting anywhere with this, and people start falling off, going, I'm not going to pay attention to this anymore. Cara Santa Maria just did a panel about it, and she's like, it's kind of stagnant right now. It's kind of at a dead end. So, science is based in reality. Science is based on answering questions. And as you answer a question and progress in that direction, naturally more questions are going to come up. But when you tell me you should give 10% of your money to a church. Why? Because Jesus died for your sins. What evidence do you have for that? I just have faith. Okay, well, I'm not going to give 10% of my income to a building because you have faith in something that you have no evidence for, right? So if you're not telling me what to do, I don't care if you have your belief so much, but your belief is important based on you operating throughout day-to-day life. And so, again, I'll just end this by saying, again, the things in science are based in facts and what we can know about the world, and religion is more based in mystical things from the past that we can't prove. So you can't go test any of that stuff, right? We can continue to test. And when science corrects itself, that's not a failure for science. That's a positive. That's a win because we're learning more about it. So that's and I appreciate you saying what you said, because I would never expect someone to just drop their belief based on it. But like this lip sync stuff Bernie was talking about, if it did come off on the wine glass and it did come off when you rub it together and it was $900 to order it, she wouldn't be talking about it on the radio. She would be like, I can't, I like how it looks, but it does this and it does. So it has too many things for me to defend. So I'm not going to defend it anymore because it has too many holes in it. And that's where I'll get to with Christians a lot of times is I'll go, you don't know a lot about a lot of these things, but you're still telling me I should believe. That's an issue. You know what I mean? So, the next question is for you, as is all the rest. Bobby Carey, host of No Religion Required, he asked this question. Most Christians will say that God offers unconditional love. Do you believe that?
Yeah.
Okay. He says, how is God's love unconditional when he places the condition of love and worship on him, her, or it to spend eternity in hell? Isn't that a condition?
I think it's a necessity. It's like the public roads. We're all free to travel wherever we want, whenever we want, but you have to be licensed. You have to acknowledge the authority of those who, enforce the rules and the laws. And you have to, if they come up behind you, you have to pull over. You have to do all those things. If you do that, if you acknowledge the authority and you're properly licensed, then you can use the road. That's what makes it safe for everyone.
It's because it's a privilege. It's not a right to drive.
Right. So if it's his requirement, I guess, to worship him is not something, it's not his ego. He's not saying that you have to do this because I want it. He's saying that if you're going to participate in the next life, then this is something you have to acknowledge my authority. There has to be an authority. There has to be rules, because you've got infinite number of people.
So let me look at it this way. If God sends me to hell,
Mhm.
does he still love me while I'm in hell?
Well, first off, I don't believe in hell.
Oh,
See, to me, it
you're
says,
one of those.
Well, it says, for those who believeth will not perish. Well, perish is not burning for eternity. Perish is perishing.
So then what do you make of the verses concerning being thrown into a lake of fire?
The lake of fire, the eternal flame, I think the flame is eternal. The fire is eternal, but not the burning. I don't think you burn for eternity. I think what it is
I wish I would have known that was your view. I would have prepared some verses, because I know that there are several verses that support that, saying that you will be tossed into the lake of fire.
Yeah, and that's fine. But it's the fire that's eternal. That doesn't mean you're going to live forever.
Oh, so
burning.
maybe the tossing into the lake of fire is how you die.
I think when you die,
That's
if you don't
interesting.
acknowledge God's authority, you didn't ask to be born. You didn't ask to exist. So if you don't acknowledge, if you don't agree to the requirements of further existence, then you're free to go back to non-existence. You didn't ask to be here anyway.
And you get
so
there
you
by
just-
being thrown into a lake of fire. Maybe that's how you disintegrate.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, you just cease to exist.
You know what's happening right now? Someone's yelling at their radio / computer / smartphone. Some Bible verse that I'm supposed to yell out to you right now to prove you completely wrong. That's escaping me. So we're just going to let that void sit there. Because we've done entire episodes dedicated to hell. And I know those are out there. Maybe they'll come up again, because there are a few other verses about punishment and torture. And I want to get your opinion on that as we go. Donnie Reed asks, why do you believe that the ultimate being in the universe would use text to communicate his will to his creation? I think it's a pretty interesting question.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the Bible itself serves a purpose, serves the purpose it's supposed to. But it's basically humans who lived during a time that this God interacted with humanity. This is recordings of those events. I don't view the Bible as
an instruction manual,
God's word. Yeah, it's not written by God, obviously. It didn't say in the beginning, I created heaven and earth. Humans wrote it about their interactions with this God, the stories about this God. These are not the words directly from God to tell us anything.
Okay, so Jeremy, that's really interesting. So you admit that, of course, humans wrote it. You don't think this is God's word?
No, I don't. No, I don't think he sat down and wrote it. And I think humans have freedom of will to do whatever they do. So I don't think he would override your will to puppet you and make you write a book he wants written.
This is a perfect time to give out your website.
Okay.
Tell them how to find your writings and how to contact you.
Well, it's the website is hubpages.com.
Hubpages.com.
Right.
Okay.
I'm Headley Von Noggin on hubpages.com.
So I saw the website was like / and then an @ symbol, Headley Von Noggin.
I don't think so. I think it's just / Headley Von Noggin.
Headley.
But now that I'm very new to Twitter. I was very reluctantly signed up to Twitter. So now I'm on. So I think is that at?
Yeah. So look at
Is
that.
that at Headley
Look
Von
at this.
Noggin?
Hubpages.com / Headley Von Noggin.
Oh, yeah. Click on that. I don't know.
Yeah. You're so good at marketing. This is wonderful. It's at HEADLY, Headley, and then Von, VON, and Noggin, NOGGIN. So Headley, HEADLY, VONNOGGIN, hubpages.com / Headley Von Noggin. And this is your hub page for your blogs, Jeremy Christian.
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool. Your last activity was 2 hours ago. Gosh, you were blogging on the way over here? What the hell? Okay.
Well, I just put on there I was going to be on here.
Oh, cool. Sweet. So, okay. So that's a really interesting concept. So then I'm going to skip to the next, actually it's the next one in line here. Tina says, how do you pick which parts of the Bible to believe and which parts to ignore? And typically when people say, oh, the entire Bible's not God breathed, okay, well, then that means there's already a mistake, because it says in the text that all scriptures are God breathed. They came from him. So if something says this is all from God, and it turns out that's not the case, then we have to wonder what parts are from God, what parts are inspired, what parts are, insane people carving things that aren't really true, right?
Well, just like anything, I think you got to go into it as educated as you can be. Like if there is a verse that says that all scripture is God's word, then what book's it from? Who wrote that? Whenever they say scripture, are they talking about the Old Testament? Are they talking about the whole thing? Because chances are they aren't talking about the New Testament. I don't know. It just goes, well, that's why I did what I did is you go into anything trying to understand it. You have to educate yourself on, what's the context of this book? Who's writing it? Who are they writing it to? What was the purpose of this text? To, try to get a feel for what you're reading. Because, if you're just reading words and you got no context, you could end up with God knows what.
Yeah, it's 2 Timothy 3:16. All scripture is God-breathed and is useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness. All scripture is God-breathed. I believe that would be Paul writing that, right?
Okay, God-breathed. I don't know.
So, to me,
well, he can't be talking about all scripture. So he's most likely talking about the Old Testament or the what they call it, the Pentateuch, the first 5 books. It's hard to know.
Let's do this. Let's do a little Bible study real quick. Let's do 2 Timothy 3, and let's just scroll down. It's supposed to be like 17. So, a final charge to Timothy. You, however, know all about my teaching. I'm reading from verse 10. You, however, know all about my teaching, my way of life, my purpose, faith, patience, love, endurance, persecution, sufferings, yada, yada, yada. He lists all that. In fact, everyone who wants to live a godly life in Jesus Christ will be persecuted, while evildoers and impostors will go from bad to worse, deceiving and being deceived. But as for you, continue in what you have learned and become convinced of, because Paul, this is Paul writing to Timothy, Timothy, for people who think it's written by Timothy. It's actually Paul writing to Timothy. Because those from whom you learned it, and how from infancy you have known the Holy Scriptures, which are able to make you wise for salvation through faith in Jesus Christ. All Scripture is God-breathed and is useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness, so that the servants of God may be thoroughly equipped for every good work.
All right.
So it does say all scripture. So if we can say maybe, there's a verse about, slavery is cool. You're like, God wouldn't say that. Somebody wrote that, right? That's a guy who probably wanted to have slavery okayed and didn't want to be challenged by it. He stuck it in there. So we know there's going to be a human influence in it. So back to Tina's question, how do you decide which parts to say, okay, Jesus Christ died for my sins? How do you know that? Well, you know that from the same book that you're saying fallible people wrote. So why do you believe it? Why do you trust it?
Well, I went back to the beginning to try to get context, because it's all built around, it starts from Genesis and builds up from there. So I went back. These events that it's talking about, they are said to have happened here on this physical earth. So if they happened, there should be evidence that they happened.
Okay.
So we've got modern knowledge now that most religions that were built around these texts didn't have when they came up with all their ideas. Now we've got, the internet. I can look up anything, any of the archaeological findings of the whatever.
Sure.
And Genesis gives such specific information. In fact, I would ask anybody to follow along with what I did. Is Genesis gives you a very specific timeline through the lineage that it gives. Like you can put all those ages together and figure out that the flood happened 1656 years after Adam was created. It gives you.
So you do believe in a worldwide flood?
No. No, these were Bronze Age writers. They didn't even know there was a whole planet. They couldn't report on the status of the whole planet. They just know everything I see is underwater.
Right. There was a local flood or another legend passed down, something like the Epic of Gilgamesh or something like that, in which a flood story was passed down. That's another possibility for how we got that.
Well, I think they're talking about the same flood, because both the Old Testament says that the guy with the silly name, what's his name?
Jesus. I'm kidding. Which one?
It's after the flood. He's got that name. Anyway, it says that he built Uruk, which is a Sumerian city, and the Sumerian's king's list says that Uruk was built after the flood. And according to the Sumerian king's list, their history basically stopped at the flood and then restarted. So both of them claim that there was a catastrophic flood that happened between what we archaeologically call the Ubaid period and the Uruk period of southern Mesopotamia. And there is flood evidence of that. There was modern day Iraq isn't exactly open to investigation nowadays, but back in the 20s or 30s, what's his name? Sir Arthur Woolley, I believe, did a lot of digs out there, and he found, I think it was in a silt deposit, which is what a flood leaves behind, that was so many feet thick, and below the silt deposit were Ubaid artifacts, and above it were Uruk artifacts. So it's pretty obvious that this flood happened between those two. It may have even ended the Ubaid culture.
So what you're saying is parts of the Bible that can be confirmed with scientific data, you'll believe. Parts of the Bible that can't be confirmed with scientific data, you'll then say, well, maybe that's not true.
Well, not that black and white. I took the early Genesis. It gives you this very specific timeline and series of events. So I put together a framework of those timelines. So 1,056 years after Adam was created, there should be a flood. About a century later, there should be an event that resembles the Babel event. So the creation of Adam gives us a very specific geographic location.
So here's the thing, though.
All right.
I had a Christian archaeologist on the show one time, and she said one of the reasons she believes this stuff so strongly is because she will read in the Bible about a specific location in the Middle East, and it'll say there's a great stone at the gates of the city, and once you cross through that, there'll be a pond, and in that pond is where Jesus walked across or whatever, right? And she will actually travel to the location, and there's to the stone and the gates of the city. And when she walks through there, oh my gosh, there's a pond. And for her, that is absolute confirmation. She is done, right?
Yeah.
She's like, David, I stood there.
Well, there was a rock.
I saw it. And
there's a rock, a gate, and a pond. So
I know. I'm like, it's all there. I get it. That just means the people who wrote the stuff were there. It doesn't mean that something miraculous happened there.
Right.
So I get how that adds to it. That certainly adds some credibility. I have some atheist friends who will say everything in the Bible is wrong. I disagree with that. There are things in the Bible that are correct, but everything that's important, right? Everything that's supposed to be important about the Bible is what they're really saying, like Jesus rising from the dead, or you should stone gays to death, or whatever. That important stuff. Yeah, I agree with these people that it's wrong about those things. But I understand why it would be more passionate for you to say, oh my gosh, I dug this up, or I looked into it, and yes, that city is really there, and I saw the pond. But I have a studio, and then you can leave here, and then if you hear a month from now that I jumped and walked literally across my ceiling upside down, you would go, well, no.
Well, there is a ceiling in that studio.
There is a ceiling in the studio, right? So you get the point. Just because you can verify the location and the artifacts within doesn't mean I literally spider monkeyed my ass across the ceiling. It's ridiculous. So how do you differentiate? Like, how do you say, okay, well, yes, there was a flood. There's evidence for a localized flood in a localized part of the area. These guys are Bronze Age. They didn't know a whole world exists. Most of them thought the planet was flat. So I agree that they were in the location and there's evidence supporting it,
Mhm.
but that doesn't mean that a human being was created out of dirt.
Right. Well, here's what I did. And most of what I read in the Bible, I determine as best I can whether or not it's true, because I don't trust all of it. The church got involved at one point. They had motivations that
Man, good for you.
I mean, it's just
That's good. I
That's what
appreciate that.
humans do. They use whatever they can to influence people, to gain control, to whatever. So I took what I put together in Genesis. I found a specific span of time in southern Mesopotamia that spans about 2,000 years of when the events happened, from the creation of Adam to the flood to Babel, and then where everybody got dispersed at Babel. And I found a series of events in southern Mesopotamia that lined up down to the number of centuries in between, from the flood happening right at 4,000 BC to the Babel thing happening. There was actually a climatological event where the Sahara turned back into desert. And it was about a century. It was called the 5.9 kiloyear event. It happened 3,900 BC, which is roughly a century after the flood, if the flood was the one at 4,000, which is what Genesis says. And one of the things that happened from that is all the people who lived in southern Mesopotamia, it turned back into desert, so they scattered. And they scattered towards the various rivers in the Indus Valley, the Nile, up around into Europe, which really did confuse their languages, because all those people who did live together at that time then got dispersed to all these other places.
That sounds perfectly logical.
Yeah. So
but the Bible doesn't say that's how it happened. The Bible says that they were building this thing to glorify themselves. They were building this giant tower to glorify themselves. So God intentionally made them speak different languages to confuse them. When in fact,
it just says that he scattered them.
No, it says he made them. No. It definitely says he made them speak different languages.
Well, pull it up. But confusion. I mean, it says that I'm going to scatter them because they're, which I mean, you just experienced a flood. You might understand that they want to build a tower. But where they believe the actual Tower of Babel is actually in southern Mesopotamia, in Eridu. So they think that's where that happened. And this really was an event that then brought about civilization in Egypt, in Greece, in I think Acadia, all the civilizations.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and you're talking about some logical, factual information that I'd be on board with. Yes, I think that happened. But what if the people learned that story, found out what happened, and then went back and wrote this magical cause for it all and said, well, instead of it being a flood and then people just scattering naturally, which would make total sense, they add to it that they were building up and God made them talk different languages so that they had to stop. That's the ridiculousness that atheists go, come on, So here's the entire story of the Tower of Babel. It's super short. It's only 9 verses. It's Genesis 11, 1 through 9 for anyone who wants to join along. Now, the whole world had one language and a common speech. As people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar, and settled there.
Which is Sumer.
Okay. They said to each other, come, let us make bricks and bake them thoroughly. They used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar. Then they said, come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we will be scattered all over the face of the whole earth. But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building. The Lord said, as if one people speaking the same language, they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other. So the Lord scattered them from there all over the earth, and they stopped building the city.
Right.
That's why it was called Babel, because the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there, the Lord scattered them all over the face of the whole earth.
Which was the result of them scattering. I mean, when you read that out of context, that is what it sounds like. It sounds like God magically mixed them all up and gave them all new languages. But put in this context, and you're right, it could just be that people overlaid a story over something that actually happened.
And that's what I think a lot of the Bible is.
Yeah, and
I think a
don't.
lot of that is stuff really happened in real places. Real people were there, and they passed down the stories, because a lot of this stuff was passed down verbally for 60, 80, 100 years, 150 years before anybody wrote anything down. In some cases, 300 to 400 years before anything was ever actually recorded. You've played the telephone game. You know how stuff gets. Sometimes I will tell my own story for 7 years, and by the time I get to the end of that 7th year, I'm going, wait a minute, was it 3 or 4 hours that happened? Right. And it was my story that happened to me. My own memory becomes affected based on me telling the story over a long period of time. And so I'm
open to that. Like, I don't put this forth as proof that God exists. I don't believe you're ever going to find proof that God exists, because God set up a faith-based system. So for you to then prove he exists would undermine everyone who lived their life through faith up to this point. I mean,
I had a Christian tell me one time, if you could see God, that wouldn't be God. I mentioned that. I was like, okay, if I could get a telescope, I was being a smart ass. I said, he's like, what would make you a Christian? I said, if I could get a telescope and see God, and he said, if you could see God with a telescope, that certainly wouldn't be God. That wouldn't be my God. I would reject that God.
Well, yeah, I mean, if God is described as the creator of the universe, then he exists apart from the universe, exists apart from time and space. Everything that we can see and observe is a product of the universe, therefore not God. So, I mean, the creator of the universe can't be a link in the chain of the causal chain of the universe.
He has to be outside in order to have been created.
Yeah. So he's not made of the same stuff. He's not part of this time space.
So you understand then why atheists reject it?
Oh yeah, I understand. I mean, it's easy to criticize because it's a faith-based system. You get no proof. It's all about free will. It's faith is a choice. If you were shown, it would no longer be a choice. It would be forced on you. If God were to show himself, if there were this big looming God on the horizon, looking over your shoulder, watching everything you do, it would affect how you live.
Okay, that brings me to Daniel's question.
All right.
Why is faith such a good thing? Can you offer any examples of real-world scenarios where faith was the preferred approach over actual knowledge?
Yeah. I mean, civilization is faith. Every time we walk outside of our door, we have faith that the police have maintained order. That the laws that we've put into place.
But that's not better than knowledge. Like if I could say to you, okay, there was just a big gunfight outside. I think it's over. So you have two choices. You can have faith that it's over, or you can look outside and confirm that there's no bullets flying before you walk outside. Which are you going to do?
Well, yeah, I'm going to take a look.
You're going to take a look because you want the knowledge, because the knowledge is better than faith. That's what they're saying. Not that we don't use faith in day-to-day life. And faith becomes a flexible word at that point. La Fierde, are we talking about bona fide? Are we talking about trustworthy? Are we talking about pretend? Right? There's all sorts of different plays on that word we could take. But I know what you mean when you say faith as a Christian.
Well, faith is a big part of just humanity in general. Whenever you and your spouse plan a trip a year out from now, you have faith in that she said that she's going to stay with you, and you can go ahead, invest this money, make this plan because she's going to be there a year from now.
Right. That's more of the trust side of it. That's where I trust my spouse to do things.
Right.
It could be considered that in part of the definition. But when you say faith as a Christian, you're talking about, I have a reason to believe my spouse is still going to be there. It's the argument from induction, right? I can say, well, we've been together for almost 17 years. It would probably make sense that we're going to hit 18, right? If neither one of us have some sort of accident or die or something.
Right.
It would be a reasonable assumption that we were going to be together. It might not happen though, and I can acknowledge it might not happen, right? There could be something happen. But that's not the same kind of faith that God requests, I don't think, because the evidence is stacked really against God.
Well, you're still living your life as if something is true without knowing it's true.
Then tell me why that's such a good thing. Wouldn't it be better to have the knowledge?
No, I don't think so, because then it's not a choice.
Sure it is.
It's not. Well, if you have the knowledge, then you don't have a choice of whether or not to believe.
Do you believe in Satan?
No.
You don't believe Satan exists at all?
No, well, I don't believe. Yeah, I believe Satan exists in the stories. He was
the angel Lucifer. Do you
Yeah.
believe Lucifer is an actual angel?
I don't believe in the whole fallen angel thing.
You don't.
No. No.
So normally what
Well,
happens
here's-
here is I'll bring up that Satan was an angel in heaven
Mhm.
and turned against God.
Yeah, that's all nonsense.
So tell me why you think if I knew God existed, I would be forced to worship him.
You're not.
Because I wouldn't.
Well, no, you're not forced to worship it. It's just that.
Well, you said I wouldn't have a choice.
Well, you wouldn't have a choice of whether or not to believe, because now
Right.
you
But
know
hold on. But
it's not a choice.
But belief that he exists isn't what gets me to heaven.
It is.
No. It's accepting the gift that Jesus Christ died for my sins.
Right. Well, I mean, belief.
That's a different, because I could say, yeah, I believe there's a God out there that's a maniacal jerk that kills children and is a freaking, just abhorrent piece of crap, and never even bring up Jesus. There's just a dude out there that's just a jerk that kills people. I could know that he exists
Mhm.
and still hate him and never acknowledge Jesus and never go to heaven.
Well, I think that's what he set up through Jesus, was that you no longer have to, sacrifice animals. All you have to do is, if you believe, because I mean, people don't come back from the dead. So if you believe that this man during this time came back from the dead, then you acknowledge God, you acknowledge his authority, you acknowledge his control over the natural world. You're acknowledging who he is by simply believing that happened, that something that doesn't happen did.
Okay. I want to get into the sacrifice thing. There was a question about that. I need to find it. But answer the second part of the question for a moment.
All right.
Can you offer examples of real world scenarios where faith was the preferred approach? When I first asked this, you just went to say, okay, well, sometimes we use faith that the cops are maintaining order, but it's not preferred. You would take a look right before you walked out. If there had been something going on, you would double check, showing that facts were proof, or were facts are better than faith.
Mhm.
So can you think of a time in a real world scenario in which faith is actually preferred over actual knowledge? And more so, why you would say you wouldn't want absolute knowledge of God's existence?
I don't know. I can't really think of anything. That's
I mean, you
to
understand.
think of an example. That's
Sure, no, I
difficult
understand.
to do.
I understand, and that's, I think the point being made is, I can't think of one off the top of my head either. I put you on the hot seat because that was the question.
Mhm.
But the reality is, we can think of lots of reasons and lots of scenarios in which actual knowledge is the best thing for us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's available, great.
Right. So then why would God set up a system that was subpar?
I don't think it's subpar. I think it just means that it's a way to include everybody, where all you have to do is believe. You don't have to have money. You don't have to have. You don't have to travel to a certain place in the world. You don't have to get a hold of a clean sheep. All you have to do is believe, and you're done. Anybody in the world, just simply believing, done. It's like a loophole.
Do you think they can choose that though?
Yeah,
Could I choose right now to believe?
you could choose to believe,
Why do you think that's possible?
because I did.
Well, I think you can choose to go through the motions.
I think some people
But-
do that without actually believing, but I think you can choose to believe.
Okay. If I were to tell you that I'm 7'3",
Mhm.
could you believe that?
Yeah, it's not outside of the realm
Jeremy.
of possibility. There
Jeremy.
are some people who are seven. If I'd never seen
Jeremy,
you,
No, I know, but you see me.
oh, okay. With seeing you, now I have knowledge that you're not.
Right. So you couldn't choose to believe something you otherwise know is impossible.
Right.
Right.
But
So we
sometimes
know-
the knowledge isn't there.
Right. But we know people don't come back from the dead.
Right.
You said that yourself.
Right.
So when someone tells me Jesus came back from the dead, I can't choose to believe that. I think it's BS. I think it's false. And for me to say, I choose to believe that happened, it would be just as silly as you saying, I choose to believe David Smalley is 7'3" because you know otherwise. You know that's impossible. I know it's impossible for someone to be dead for 3 days and come back to life. I know that's impossible. So I can't choose to believe something that's impossible. You could hope. I could shut the door to the studio and say, I want you to believe you can walk through it. And whenever you have that belief, just go walk through it. You can walk towards it. You can close your eyes, but you know it's about to happen. You're going to run Hedley Von Noggin right into that freaking door. And you know that, right? You know you're going to hit it. But did you really believe it, or did you hope it was true? So maybe you have a hope more than you have faith, right? I think you can choose to have hope. You could say, I really hope this whole Jesus thing pans out. But deep down, you know whether you believe it actually happened or it didn't.
Yeah.
I want to move on to Victor's question.
Okay.
Victor says, I'd like to know how he reconciles basing a belief system upon human sacrifice that didn't really happen. And he breaks it down. He says, number one, I want to know how human sacrifice works. And we could even plug in there animal sacrifice, because you mentioned Jesus came and we didn't have to sacrifice animals anymore.
Right.
That's kind of where you start is, well, they had to sacrifice animals at first. Let's think about that. What is the mechanism? And this is what Victor's asking. What is the mechanism by which ritualistic religious execution of a living organism influences the universe at large? How does that work? How does killing a sheep or in any way influence God or make him happy? I have a theory. I have an idea. I have a hypothesis.
This is based on absolutely nothing, but I can tell you what I think.
Go for it.
Is imagine you're God and you are capable of creating anything.
Okay.
You want to create others, but they all, just like the natural world, anything you create, being your creation, is naturally, they're already tuned to you. They already love you because you're the creator. But you want people with their own minds, their own wills. You want people around you who choose to be around you, not people who have to be.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
So
I wouldn't want anybody to be forced to be around me.
Right. So you set up this, so you create an environment, a temporary environment where nothing lasts. And you put these people in that environment to exist with free will, to learn what it's like for there to be consequences for your actions, to learn what it's like to live amongst other people who have free will, to work with each other. You learn all the good, the bad, the entirety of human history is a book that you can then turn to say, it's like the knowledge base you would have to then live in eternity with free will. So I think existence is a way for God to imbue us with the knowledge required to move on to the next phase.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
So sacrifice to me is death is a kind of it's like a fail-safe. Nothing can get through unless it's in the right state. Nothing can pass from this world to heaven, the hereafter, whatever, without being clean, without being in the right mode. Like when you choose to believe, you're in the right mode. You've flipped that switch. You've put yourself in the mode to be able to pass through, whatever comes between.
We've already demonstrated that we can't choose to believe, though.
I don't know about that. I know you're convinced.
Okay. So then what's the point? Are you saying that the sheep,
I think
the rams that were decapitated and sacrificed, that was so that the ram could go to heaven?
Well, it's the passing of a life, an untainted life that has no sin on it. It's something that allows you to pass through as well, or you to.
Sometimes it was just
well, it's a sacrifice for you and for your sins. Is that now there's a life that's passing through sinless?
Does that really make sense to you?
It's the best I can make sense.
God is God,
right?
He, look, if you would have pulled up today in the parking lot and scratched my motorcycle, I would be devastated. I'd be crying. I'd be, you hurt my bike, baby, right? But if you were like, David, I'm so sorry, I would just go, I understand, man. You know, if insurance takes care of it, whatever, let's work out the logistics, but it's fine. I forgive you. I have the power. I have the power as a human, as an atheist, as a humanist, as just an individual to say, Jeremy, I forgive you. I understand.
I think
it's okay.
I think it's bigger than that, though.
Why can't God? Well, my question is, why can't God just say, I forgive you without killing something?
Well, I don't think it's just a choice in the matter. I think whenever God created everything in the natural world, everything, natural laws, everything adhere to his will exactly.
Okay.
So you and I doing anything against God's will is the equivalent of going against gravity. You're now unnatural. You're no longer a natural being. You're now an unnatural thing that exists that no longer adheres to the rules of this place. So you
right, but that doesn't justify having to kill an innocent sheep or an innocent whatever. The Jews will do chickens, right, where they spin the chickens around their head. I mean, there is a ton of animal cruelty that goes on within religious rituals, right? There are some, I don't know where it is specifically, but they'll cut a cow's throat and let it bleed a lot, and then try to patch it. Like they'll leave the cow alive and to drink the blood because they feel the cow is holy, and it's a disgusting ritual, and it's a really a horrible thing to do to an animal. So I guess I'm still trying to figure out. He's got 3 questions in a row. Victor does, and he just wants to know at first, what is the mechanism by which ritualistic religious execution of a living organism influences the universe at large? And
maybe it's something just as simple as I don't understand the mechanics of it. That's how I kind of see it in my head.
Okay. To us, it just doesn't make sense, so it would fall apart for me.
I think it has to do with when you do something that puts you, in Dutch with God. When you sin, there has to be a sacrifice. There has to be something that's alive. For us to eat, something has to die. For us to be here at all, something has to be sacrificed. For this to happen, something else has to go. I think maybe it's just driving that home. That because you did this, now this cow has to die in a horrid way. Or
yeah, but you would think God would come up with a better plan than that.
He did.
If he's God.
That's what the Bible's talking about. Is you don't have to do that. Jesus
was a sacrifice, and he was a human sacrifice.
Well, it's still accomplished. It now you only got to do it once. Now you're all done. Now nobody from that point on has to do anything but simply believe. And now you're done. So he did come up with something.
Not exactly true. Matthew 7:21 says you have to do the will of the Father in heaven in order to enter the kingdom. And there's a lot of arguments. We can go down that at a different time. But let me just go through his line of questioning, 1, 2, and 3, and how you wrap your head around this. I usually pose this argument in a different way, but to see how this goes, I'm going to do it his way and see what you say. Number 1, I want to know how human sacrifice works. What's the mechanism by which ritualistic religious execution of any living organism influences the universe at large? Number 2, how is it that you can actually call it a sacrifice when it was Jesus? At best, it was a 3-day loan. Number 3, if Jesus is God and gods are immortal, then he didn't die. The entire foundation of the Zion belief is nonsensical. I'd love to hear the rationale for the above.
Well, these sound like I'm not a very traditional Christian.
That's what we're learning about you today. It's very interesting. And that's why I wanted to point people to your blog, because I think a lot of atheists will take their conservative Christians and say, at least come to where this guy is. Like, understand that there's some problems with the Bible, right? So, and I didn't know that about you until today.
So I think what's significant about Jesus is that once Adam and Eve did their thing, like I think it's Peter that refers to Jesus as the second Adam. I don't remember for sure. But basically that made Jesus necessary. So everything that God does throughout the Old Testament from that point on, promising Abraham, he'll have so many offspring, protecting the people from taking them out of slavery in Egypt when they heard their cries, protecting them out in the wilderness, giving them all the laws about who you can breed with and who not to, and who to hang out with and who not to. I think that was all specific to them. And I think it was all God working in an environment he was no longer in control of, because free will is running rampant. This is a human world now, and we're running it, and he doesn't have control over us. So he put laws in place to get this particular line to do what they need. Like, I don't believe Jesus was born of a virgin.
Oh, you don't?
I know that's just a freaky one. But I think what the whole Old Testament is about is basically God breeding Jesus in an environment he doesn't control. Everything he does with the Israelites, protecting them, all the laws.
So you don't believe Jesus is God. You believe Jesus is the Son of God.
Yeah, he's the Son of God in the same way that I think it's Paul says that, you know, he's the son of Adam, son of Seth.
Son of man, yeah.
And it says Son of God. Like, everybody in that line that goes through King David, who goes through Abraham, is a son of God.
So you don't believe Jesus. Okay. So the way I've typically worded it is that it was a really bad day at human camp.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you've heard me say that before on the show, but what I say is if Jesus is the same as God, okay, so do you believe in the Trinity then?
No, I don't even know what that is. I mean, I understand that there's the Holy Spirit, and I don't know. I don't know what to make of that.
Okay, because a lot of times people will say that there's God the Father, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus, and those three make up the Holy Spirit, and that in the beginning, all three of them were together. That was in the beginning. That's what created everything. And there are texts that refer to them as we, when we did this. And so those are the few words that make people really hold strong that this was a Trinity, that Jesus has always existed. And so if that's true, and Jesus always existed, and then he came to earth for roughly 33 years, died for about 2.5 days. They say 3 days, but it wasn't really 3 days. And then rose and then went back to heaven. John 3:16, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. Okay, if I give you my only pen, you have it, and I've sacrificed that, and you walk out of here and you've got my pen, my special pen.
Right.
The reason that's special is because I had it, I liked it, and I no longer have it. I sacrificed that so that you could have something, right?
Well,
God has Jesus right now in your belief, right? Don't you believe that God and Jesus are in heaven together?
Yeah.
Then what did God sacrifice? John 3:16, for God so loved the world, he gave what? What did he give us? He has Jesus.
He spent the entire time from the time Adam and Eve ate the fruit all the way up until the birth of Jesus to realize Jesus, to make Jesus a reality.
But he didn't give his son, though.
Well, he did. I mean, that's kind of a big deal. You've been working for thousands of years to bring to fruition this person that has now been murdered. You brought,
but he has his son back with him,
right? But he's no longer
every other human being, every other son who has ever been lost is still lost. God is the only one to have a son that was given or killed or sacrificed, and he got him back.
Yeah, I mean,
but that's the big gift.
Well, I think the big gift is that Jesus was significant in that he was specifically breeded through a lot of work to be the one human born to live in a physical body and not at any point contradict God's will. I think he was a big deal, and it was a big deal to lose him, for him to die. I think it was a loss. I mean, he goes back.
What did he lose, though? He still has him.
Yeah, well, he no longer has that human he created. That one human that exists in this world that does operate according to his will. I mean, it's an investment. It's a something. I mean, I understand you're saying he went back to heaven, so there he is. He comes walking
God
through the door. Hey, haven't seen you in minutes.
Exactly.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I think,
and that's why it's difficult for me to call it a sacrifice.
But he could have created Jesus in heaven, no problem. It was creating Jesus here, and Jesus existing in the physical form in the physical world, being the one thing that came from this physical world that's still, of humans, that still works and operates according to his will.
Okay. I'll try to make sense of that. We have a lot more questions from the listener. Stick around with us a little bit more. We've got some more stuff coming up. Even some things we've already touched on. There's some different ways they've worded it that I want to kind of revisit and see if we can't make sense of it. I want to try to get on the same page with you about a couple of these things. More Dogma Debate. We'll be right back with Jeremy Christian Headley Von Noggin at webpages.com.
I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, not only listening to Dogma Debate, I'm a guest. And that must make me at least the fourth listener.
Download Dogma Debate with no commercials by signing up at login.dogmadebate.com.
Here's an excerpt from Generation Atheist by Dan Riley.
I hope this book can be educational for non-atheists in understanding who atheists are, where they come from, and what they want out of life. They may find that, in many ways, atheists are just like them. While I do not expect all who read this book to become atheists, I feel that if people better understand the perspective of atheists, it is likely that atheists' standing in society would improve, and that identifying as such could, for many, be understood as an intellectual, moral, social, or even spiritual victory for those who self-apply the label. Most of the people documented here, from different religious backgrounds, races, sexual orientations, and genders, were quite religious at one point in their lives. Many recognize some positive aspects that religion can and do, in certain contexts, bring to the world. Many disagree about the best way to engage religious leaders and institutions. Most have been hugely influenced by online resources and a recent wave of atheistic books. Some did not want to be identified in this book for fear of professional or social backlash. Most view education, often specifically science education, as having been influential in their road to atheism. Most feel that religion has a privileged position in society and government. Many have gone through very emotional journeys in coming to a sustained, open atheistic worldview. All believe that we live in a world with no supernatural observance, that we're on our own, and that we can and should work together as humans to create a more educated, more prosperous world. Through the internet, humanity is engaged in a global conversation unlike any before in history about who we are, why we are here, and how we should live. And the subjects of this book have an important perspective to share. These are their stories.
Find this audiobook and many more at atheistaudiobooks.com. The facts you won't hear in church.
Everybody now.
Welcome back to Dogma Debate. Man, you want to tell them the exciting news? What just happened? Or do you want to keep that?
Super
secret?
This is huge. Well, first off, I just joined the Twitter. I don't know, maybe a couple months ago. I'm up to 20 followers, and one of those followers is none other than the voice of Siri. So,
really,
yeah.
Siri follows you. What is her name on Twitter?
Oh man, I don't know.
You know, I'm gonna have follow-up questions. I don't just take stuff on faith.
Go to me on Twitter and look. She's on there. And just now, Bruce Campbell just replied to one of my tweets, which is huge.
And for those people who don't know who Bruce Campbell is,
it's Ash in The Evil Dead. Iconic. Bruce Campbell.
So you're Headley Von Noggin. Yep, there you are on Twitter. You know what? I'll follow you right now.
Nice. 21
followers.
You and Siri.
That's awesome. Very cool. All right. So let's continue on with the questions. I'm going to skip to this one here. This is a pretty good one. And I think I know the answer to it, but I want to give you a chance to explain. And this is from Linda. Do you believe it is part of your duty as a Christian to force others to abide by your beliefs?
No.
Or does your religion only dictate your behavior and why?
No, I don't think it's up to me to tell anybody else how to live. I don't know where you get that, where anybody gets that. I don't know. I mean, it does say, you're supposed to spread the word.
Maybe
which I
John,
think-
maybe John 7:24, pass righteous judgment. Don't just decide. Don't hide basically how people actually are. Pass righteous judgment of those who aren't righteous, but only when you're righteous. Maybe that's it. That doesn't mean you have to force them, but it just says you can be judgmental of them. Anytime people say, "Oh, as a Christian, I'm not supposed to judge," I always pull up that verse and go, "Yeah, you are." John 7:24 says, "If you're righteous, to pass righteous judgment." But I appreciate that, though. I think a lot of the listeners do. Why do you think so many Christians, especially on the religious right, feel it's their duty to put laws in place to force society to live according to their religious views?
I don't know. I blame religion for a lot of that. Organized religion in general. All organized religion does is it takes the whole God concept and holds it over your head as a way to control. I mean, it's power in human history is all about controlling behavior, controlling what people do, and you can control through fear. If I've got this big God looming over me who's going to watch you and he says, don't do this, don't do that, then I'm controlling what you're doing. And I'm sure a lot of it is just as simple as my kids go outside and I don't want them to see you, in your assless chaps or whatever. But I mean, I think it's a lot of it I blame the church for, because the church has put themselves in a place of authority to say, we know what the truth is. We know what's right. You listen to us and you act this way.
So, a lot of atheists feel that's exactly what religion's all about.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
And they feel like that this man in the sky idea was created as an overseer. I talked to a historian, an anthropologist historian, who once told me that it is in his findings, he believes that the way religion all started, the way spiritualism even started, is early man would, much like lions do or gorillas do, when the young man starts to come of age, right, become a young adolescent, he wants to take over the group, the pride, the community, the gang, the crew. He wants to be the leader. And so he would fight essentially his father or his uncle, right? Someone in his family, naturally, in order to gain leadership of the group. And he says that he believes, based on his studies, that as a developed species, we developed the ability to experience guilt. Guilt let us know when we're doing something that the rest of society doesn't approve of. How do I know that I should not go 70 miles an hour down a residential? Yes, it's dangerous, but is it the ticket that's stopping me? There are never cops radaring in neighborhoods. Is it the fact that I could hurt somebody that's stopping me? For most of us, that's the reason. But a lot of people don't do that stuff because they don't want to feel like the jerk of the neighborhood. So that helps us get along. Having guilt and an expectation to know what the rest of my human species expects of me, that is a good barometer for how you should be acting, right? In public. Should you be on your phone while you're driving? No. If you're on your phone and a regular person in an SUV next to you looks over at you, you're probably going to put it down because you feel like, God, I should have been on my phone, and now this person thinks I'm a jackass, right? It's that guilt that helps us operate in society. And so his concept is that early men, young adolescents, are fighting their fathers or their uncles, killing them to take over the pride or the group, and then having those advanced feelings as humans have developed over time would go to sleep and think of their uncle or their father again and remember the love, or have a dream of their uncle talking to them in their subconscious saying, why did you hurt me? Why did you kill me? You didn't have to do that. I was a good leader. You just got lucky. These sorts of things. And then waking up feeling like that was so real. I was just talking to my uncle that I killed last night. How was he still around? And so it starts this idea of spiritualism. There is something beyond the physical. It was in his head. It was in a dream. But he believes that that's what people would start doing. Okay, now when I die, I want you to bury me with my uncle's spear, because when I go to the afterlife, he's going to be waiting on me, and I either need to make peace with him or kill him with it, right? And so if my uncle can talk to me after he's dead, I'm going to be able to communicate with people after I'm dead. And so it's this idea that there's a life after this one. And that whole concept likely is what started this idea of an afterlife spirituality. Nowhere close to Christianity yet, right? This is early on. But when you look at even Neanderthal graves, there's evidence now of them performing rituals at funerals.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were burying each other with certain things wrapped around them, and certain rocks were lined around. There's evidence of them doing ritualistic funerals, right, and things like that. And so having all this in mind, when we look back at the story of Jesus, the story of God, why we believe these things we do, a lot of it, I think, has a very basic explanation of where the ideas even came from originally. Not that there's evidence for it, but that there's a logical explanation for how we could have gotten to this spiritual aspect of lives without actually being contacted by something on the other side.
I think there may be some truth to that. Early humans, like 95% of early humans, with the exception of those around the Mediterranean Sea, Native Americans, Native Canadians, any of the indigenous cultures that we later ran off, they all believed kind of an animism kind of, view of the spiritual world, of us being spiritually tied to the natural world.
For anyone interested in what we're talking about right this second, the animism, and animism essentially is inanimate products or objects,
the river, the mountain,
or a spear or a stick or a tree, embodying spirits after someone dies. That's essentially what it is. I strongly recommend, and this is a good reading for you. Do you read often?
Mm-hmm.
I strongly recommend a book called Atheism Advanced, and it's by Dr. David Eller. He actually wrote the foreword for my book, Baptized Atheist, but his book was very, very inspiring to me, and it's got a ton of stuff like this in it. It is a wonderful book. It's at atheists.org. It's on Amazon. It's called Atheism Advanced, and I believe it's from 2001 by Dr. David Eller. He gets into a lot of this, and he's the anthropologist I was talking about. Dee, I think, agrees a lot with you. Here's what she said. I used to think, and this sounds like you talking, I think. I used to think I was a Christian, but then observed the intolerance and judging with the so-called Christians and thought, nope, no way am I staying in this BS. Oh, in this BS KKK club. So yes, I do believe in Jesus and what he taught and try to live my life through his love. End of story. Can you relate to that?
I can, which I think it would probably be better to understand. I know the assumption is that, in my early life, I was a Baptist, or went to a Baptist church. And being in the region that I live in, the assumption is that I am a Christian by default, because that's the religion that's...
Yeah. You're in Texas?
Yeah.
Yep. You're a Christian.
So that's where I'm going to end up. But there was a point in my life where, I just started to question everything. I didn't just take anything for granted. I went to question it to find out. So where I am now is the result of critically analyzing, and then I came back around to Christianity logically. So a lot of my I don't know, a lot of things I say, I know it doesn't fit in, but it's not coming from an organized religion. It's not coming from an established system. It's not coming from anybody else. It's something that I've built up over time. So, which is why I think it sounds so different to most people.
So then, what if you've created the God you worship? What if you're just as much of an atheist as I am? We both read the Bible and went, a lot of this stuff is wrong. A lot of this stuff is anti-scientific.
Well, that's
some of the stuff is rooted in fact, but it's got a lot of fantasy in there, talking animals, stuff we know doesn't happen. I'm going to reject this. And then I went the route of, I'm going to look into Islam. I'm going to, get I'm going to go for a bachelor's degree in psychology with a minor in world religions. I want to study Islam. I want to study everything I can to understand why people believe. I want to understand applied behavioral analysis of psychology and why people believe. And I go that route, becoming an atheist, and you go the route of, the God character that I heard in the Bible and the Jesus character that I heard in the Bible, I'm still going to believe in them, but I think these people talking about them are all wrong. And so I've got a relationship. And so you kind of went another direction, took the name God, and you still say God and you still say Jesus, but it sounds like you reject a lot of the same principles that I do.
Well,
it almost sounds like, and I'll give you a chance to clear it up and tell me why I'm wrong, but it sounds like we're both atheists. We both reject all the gods that have been out there. You've just made one up that sort of fits in with your lifestyle, and you say that that's God.
Well, maybe I can explain it better, just kind of the progression. If there were things in my faith that bothered me, that I just couldn't reconcile, I couldn't then turn to atheism, because atheism, in my mind, once I evaluated it and evaluated, all that's known in light of atheism, it's not a viable alternative to me. It doesn't stand up on its own.
Tell me why.
It's something that a lot of times when I get into conversations with atheists, it's something that really fascinates me. Is a lot of people who are atheists used to be Christian, used to belong to some religion, found something they didn't like about it, critically analyzed it, found it lacking, became atheist. So I'll ask them, did you ever take that same critical gaze and turn it on atheism? Does it stand on its own? Does it? I mean, I know it's the opposite. If it's not that, if you have a problem with the whole God thing, then if there's no God, okay, now let's start from there. Let's take that same critical gaze and let's look, does it stand on its own?
I encourage that as well. But let me ask you before we get into that, because this is a fascinating discussion. What is atheism to you?
Just a lack of belief in God.
So why would a lack of a belief need to stand on its own?
Well, with belief in God comes a package deal of an explanation for the universe, an explanation for who we are, where we come from. Those things, the universe still exists. We still exist. So if you take God out of the equation, you still have to account for that and all that we are as humans.
You don't have to account for it, though.
Well, kind of do.
No, we could say that it's a mystery.
Well, we could say that, but that's not a very satisfying answer.
At the start, that's all I'm saying. At the beginning, we could say that is a mystery.
Right.
And then we can look into the science behind it. Do you believe in do you acknowledge the facts of evolution?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're not a young earth creationist?
No.
Okay. So that's
well, let me ask you this. This is something that where do you come down on the whole free will versus determinism debate?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a damn good question. I lean more toward free will, but I've heard really convincing arguments, mostly by Sam Harris in the other direction. I lean more towards Dan Dennett. I like Dan. He actually did my show, and Sam Harris hasn't yet.
Right.
So I'm in the Dan camp right now. But Sam, I'm open to it. I get it. I'm coming out to LA, and so who knows? Maybe you can get me on your team. But right now, I'm in the Dan camp. I'm
still kind of verklempt about this whole move thing. I'm just finding out about it.
Did you just now find out about it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, man. So good news is, unless something crazy happens, you will always be the last Christian to be in the Dallas Dogma Debate studio.
I think I want to say, I don't remember for sure, but I want to say the first time I was on was the first iHeartRadio.
Was it?
It might have been. In fact, if I've been on here, you've almost done 300 shows.
Yep.
I've been here now 3 times. I'm like over 1%.
Wow.
Involved here. I mean,
that's
clearly any success you've had is partly due to me.
I gotta cut you a check, man.
Yeah.
That's great. I love it.
So the free will determinism thing is an important question, I think.
I think it's free will. I lean more towards free will. And to be clear, when I say we don't have to account for it, it's something to think about and we need to look into it. And I do hold atheists accountable for finding those answers. I do. But being in the middle of a search, that's like me, sending kids out on an Easter egg hunt and then running out there after 30 seconds and going, oh, you failed. There are no more Easter eggs. Get your ass back in the house. No, when I see a kid running around with a basket looking for it, I would say, okay, that's the atheist in the world going, I want to find these answers. There's some fascinating stuff out there. The kid that's just sitting up on the porch going, Mom's going to bring me all the eggs. That's the Christian in my view. They're sitting there going, no, everything's figured out. I got it all figured out. Me and Mom are best friends. She knows where the eggs are. I'm going to be set.
Yeah.
That's how I look at that. So this goes back to the first question, the question that I was asked about why is it okay for atheists to not know the answers, but not Christians. I find very often that Christians aren't looking for answers.
Well, they're not.
Most of the time, Christians think they have the answers, or that all answers will come in the end.
Most times, it's easy to debate a Christian because their belief isn't logically realized. They haven't come around to it.
Hey, don't give away my secrets, man. People think I'm good at this stuff.
But they've simply just been told this is how it is. They accept it, but they haven't reasoned that. So they can't give a reasoned explanation for what they believe.
Which is why I enjoy these conversations, especially with you, because you feel like you came back to Christianity logically,
right,
after rejecting it at one point,
right.
And I don't know where we were going with that, but ultimately,
well, see, because that's what the free will determinism thing, that's a big part of it. Because in my mind, if the physical world that atheists claim we live in, this godless environment that just came to be physically, because that's what you take the environment created by the natural laws, you throw matter and energy into it,
amino acids, a lightning strike, whatever happened,
right? Then that becomes all this.
Well, over a very, very long period of time.
Yeah, it takes some time, but that's where you get. If that's true, and all we are is just we're just a biological machine,
right?
Our brain, everything, our personality, our actions, our choices are all just the physical elements in our brain adhering to the natural laws. We have as much choice and control in what we do as a river has in choosing its path.
Okay, no. So I'll go back to your road analogy. You said you can drive, right? I have to follow the rules of the road or I can't drive.
Right.
Right. But I can turn left or right, and I can do so legally. I can be in a motorcycle. I can be on a motorcycle, or I can be in a truck or a Prius or an RV. I can roll my windows down. I can roll my windows up. I can put the temperature at 74 or 71. I have decisions to make within the realm of my limitations.
Right. And the brain definitely does make decisions, but was it actually a decision? Because if your brain is just physical matter, then the natural laws say that this element responds this way. This element will do this in this condition.
The reason I lean towards yes, that's still a decision, is because I've changed my mind. I've started to say a sentence and then stopped myself and decided to say a different sentence.
But all of that could actually be determined. Like you could, like the choice.
I've yet to find evidence for that, and that's my issue with Sam Harris.
Free will's it's gonna be tricky to find evidence, because
Dan Dennett doesn't even use the term free will, and that's how. When I first got him on the show, and I just uploaded the episode. You should go listen to it. It's called Dan Dennett versus free will. And he immediately just goes, no, I don't like the name free will, and here's why.
Right.
And he, talk smack about Sam Harris, and it's a great time. But I'm definitely in his camp. So if you want to go listen to that show, I don't want to make this whole show about it. But back to your original challenge of atheism can't stand on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Atheism is outside of religions. I mean, if you were talking to a Jew or a Muslim, I get that completely. I say that I know a magical man in the sky. You say you know a magical man in the sky. Let's debate to see which one has the most evidence. I would say that's a fair challenge for anybody else who's religious. For an atheist, we are outside of the argument saying, we think all of you guys are lacking enough evidence to convince me.
I don't think you're outside of the. I don't think so. I think
So you think atheism is a religion?
It's a competing belief system. You have
Okay,
to
now
you
hold
have
on.
to believe.
Earlier you said atheism is a lack of a belief. So how is a lack of a belief system?
Well, because it's not belief in God. It's a belief that this universe and we can exist as we do without having being deliberately.
Yeah, that's a single thought, though. That's not a belief system.
It's a belief. It's something that you can't prove happened. You can't prove that there's no God that created it,
it's
but
more
you
like,
believe it's not necessary for a God to be involved.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I would say it was more like we've removed all the options, and with the best information we have, introducing a magical, invisible deity isn't an answer. So let's keep looking for how this started.
Yeah, but
it's not that I have a belief. It's I want to know what really caused it. It would be like there being a boom outside, and you're on your way walking, going, I think a tire exploded. Let me go outside and see that. And I jump in front of you before you get to the door and go, aha, you have a belief. Like, well, wait a minute. I'm still figuring this stuff out. Let me continue going.
Still, if you can accept, or that if you can think that it's possible that there's not a God, then some part of you believes that the universe, all of this can happen without having being deliberately made.
I think that's possible. I don't know.
That's something I don't and can't believe.
But how does, it's definitely missing information, and I'm fine with that. But it's the best science has right now.
Well, it's science.
And hold on, and it's continuing to dig up and find out how it could have actually happened. And there have been some very close calls of people being able to create life from these early forms of amino acids and electricity.
Of course. I mean, that's
yada, yada. But then the question is, okay, fine, you're not okay with there being an I don't know at the end of that scenario. But how in the hell is a magical, invisible God, how does that make you feel better about it? That seems like so much more of a stretch than there is a logical explanation.
I don't think so.
Well, let me lay it out like this. Every God that has thought to exist because of a lack of human information, Horus, whatever, Mithras, I think it was Horus that was supposed to drag the sun across the sky, right? The earth was said to sit on the back of a tortoise, right? We know now that stuff is not true. How freaking amazing is it that the earth is actually spinning in space, flying at thousands of miles an hour around a giant sun, and that's actually what makes the sun look like it's going across the sky?
Yeah.
Is that explanation not much more amazing and sexy than a God is just pulling it across in a chariot?
Yeah,
right?
And it's what we've learned through science that convinces me that is just not possible.
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Every time, if you go back through history and I were to list the 30,000 gods that have been proposed, and this God is the rain god, then we find out it's actually evaporating the water into a cloud, blowing it over to another city, and dropping it on them. That is so cool that it's this cycle of life, right? This precipitation cycle. We know that the earth isn't sitting on a turtle's back, it's flat. We know we're a sphere. We know that we're flying through space. Every time we find out what's actually going on, it's so much cooler than if a God just did it. And so for the atheist, for the scientist, it's so exciting for us to go, we don't know what we're going to find, how that first life began, but we know over the history of time, from induction, if we look at every other God, Yahweh's going down eventually. And when he goes down, it's going to be in the most amazing way. When we find out how human beings actually came into existence, it's going to be so much sexier than God making us out of a handful of mud.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. I don't even know where to start. First off, I don't see how anybody.
Just say you're wrong and you're an atheist now, and we can end the show now, and I'll go eat.
I don't see how anybody can look at, excuse me,
Right.
the discovery of DNA. We've got coded information in our cells that's actually used as information.
We call it information.
Well, it's then used to repeat a complex system of building a complex organism.
Yeah,
It's used as information.
Right.
In our cells. How anybody can look at that and say, yeah, see, it just fell into place like that.
No, it's not that it fell into place. It's that it took billions and billions of years to become this complex. And if you were to say a god made it, I'm going to say, how jacked up and drunk was this god? There are tons of issues with our DNA. There are tons of diseases that come out of nowhere. Things are backwards. People are born with two hands on the same wrist, and people born with their brains outside of their heads. DNA has issues. It makes mistakes.
But what constitutes a mistake? Those same things are what realized us. This one guy
over time. Yeah.
There's all these alterations that happen along the way. Some of them are detrimental, and you end up dying young.
Do you believe God guides evolution?
No, I think he just set it in motion. I think it's exactly what creation said. He said, just be fruitful and multiply, and become this and become that, become birds. So then he just set them in motion. He established the rules. He put the matter there, and he said, go do this. I don't think it's guided.
So you don't believe in the Old Testament stuff where God's getting involved in wars and telling Saul to go wipe out Amalekites and kill babies and saying slavery's okay? You don't believe God was doing any of that stuff?
No, in that case, he's dealing in a world run by free will. That's a whole different animal.
But you do think he was involved? You think those are real stories of him?
He had to,
including the slavery aspect? You think God was saying, yes, you can have slaves?
Well, I think slavery was the world that humanity built.
Right, but God could have stopped it. He could have just said, "Don't." He made commandments for us to follow. He could have said, "Thou shalt not own another."
He's not. Contrary to popular belief, he's not into telling us how to do things.
Excuse me. There are 613 Levitical laws.
Yeah, that he gave to those particular people in that particular environment to bring a particular outcome. But everything else, humanity built this established this hierarchy where you've got slavery and you've got all this, and he's working just within.
We're gonna have to do some more Bible study real quick.
All right,
and then I'm gonna get back to the questions from the people because we've gotten way off track with our atheism and space-time continuum, Back to the Future discussion. But I have to challenge that those rules were just for those people.
Okay,
and here's why.
All right,
do you have a Bible with you?
I do not.
I will supply one for you. By the way, check this out. The last Christian that was here, Corey, sent us that Christmas card.
Nice.
He actually drew a picture of me. I look like a Family Guy character.
You kind of do.
He said it wouldn't be a Dogma Debate Christmas episode without singing such classics as Smalley Sigh or Silent Night on air on a podcast, Away in a Manger, and No L.A. Noel. Yeah, cute. So he actually drew a picture of me and wrote us a very sweet note. I'm going to show this.
I hope you're not expecting something like that from me.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I just wanted to show the folks on video. Oh, wow, they're not even looking at video anymore.
What?
Yeah.
And I fixed my hair. What?
No. I'm gonna have you go to let's go with Hebrews 8.
Mm-hmm. I'm so online Bible now. I don't even remember where stuff is.
Oh, why don't we just pull it up there then? I'll go to here. I'll pull it up right here.
I'm thumbing through this thing like I've never seen it before. I know Hebrews after that. Come on now.
I'll just pull it up. Hebrews 8. All Hebrews 8 says is if there's a new covenant, and you don't have to follow those laws anymore. That's your argument. I'm making that argument for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Hebrews 8, 1-13 says that there's a new covenant, there's a new law. My laws are wrote on the hearts of the people.
Right.
But now turn to Matthew 5:17-20. I'll pull it up on the computer here too. Excuse me, live radio. That's what happens when you drink live on air.
This is
5:17-20.
All right.
And this is the interesting thing, because you just said that it's not that those laws were for the old people. So this is now the New Testament. Interesting thing here. This is Jesus talking. Do you mind reading it? I would like you to read it into the microphone if you don't mind. I don't want there to be any context issues. Read 5:17-20. This is Jesus talking.
All right. Do not think that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. I did not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For assuredly I say to you, till heaven and earth pass away, one jot or one little will.
One tittle, I think.
Oh, tittle. Yeah. By no means.
You know what a tittle is?
I do
it's
not.
the dot above an I.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Did they have tittles in was this
I don't
Greek?
know. I'm scared to Google tittle while we're live on air.
I wouldn't.
I don't know what
I wouldn't. For surely I say to you, till heaven and earth pass away, one jot or one tittle will by no means pass from the law till all is fulfilled. Whoever therefore breaks one of least of these commandments and teaches men so shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does and teaches them, he shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I say to you that unless your righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, you will by no means enter the kingdom of heaven.
So a couple of key things in there. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear. Okay, so even though he came to fulfill the law, he says until heaven and earth disappear. I don't know about heaven, but I know earth has not disappeared. So until heaven and earth disappear, not the least stroke of the pen will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. So until we have an earth, it's here. Okay, then what? Well, anyone who sets aside one of the least of these commands and teaches others accordingly will be called least in the kingdom. So he's talking about the old law. He's saying you have to continue to follow the old law. This is something that as a Christian, when I was a Christian, rocked me, because I used to say what you're saying. I used to be like, nope, we don't have to do that anymore. That was back then. That was for those people. When I came across this, and then Matthew 7:21, when you were saying you just got to believe, flip to Matthew 7:21 real quick. You were saying earlier, now that Jesus is here, all you have to do is believe. Just read that one verse for me.
Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father in heaven.
You can keep going.
Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name, cast out demons in your name, and done many wonders in your name? And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you who practice lawlessness.
See, and that, again, you can't just say you believe and say, yeah, go Jesus, I'm on team Jesus, I wear the biggest cross in the school or whatever. You have to do the will of the Father in heaven. What does that mean? None of us really know. And in my book, I write that in order to find out the will of the Father, you have to go back to the Old Testament where he was mandating and in charge and doing things. And that takes us back to the 613 Levitical laws, back to the eating the certain things and not having shellfish and not wearing mixed fabrics and women, shutting their mouths or not being able to talk about God unless they had a covering on their head and all these weird, circumcising and all this stuff, mutilating of genitals. That kind of stuff is where we find God's will. So I take that verse, Matthew 7:21 and Matthew 5:17-20, to present to you to say these laws were not just for those people at that time. So what do you say for that?
I think they were. I'm looking up the Noahide laws. They were the laws that were meant for people who lived in what was Abraham's son's name?
Isaac.
These people, if you lived in their land, these were the laws you had to follow. They were basically the same as the 10 Commandments that Abraham's people were given, minus a couple.
Mm-hmm.
And the rule is basically you can follow these 7 laws. There's 7 of them. If you're going to live in the land with these people, even though you're not among these people, you don't have to follow all the laws. You just have to follow 7 of them. Anyway, basically the only ones that are left out, I believe, and somebody can check me on this, is that the ones that say that God must be, you must, follow God. You still have to follow the one, don't murder, don't rape, don't whatever. But the laws were different for people who were not among them.
I wish rape was one of them, but it's not.
Is it not?
It's not.
Huh.
Yeah, it's not. As a matter of fact, there's some argument over that. If a man rapes a woman and she doesn't scream to where people can hear her, she's considered guilty and they should both be put to death.
Huh.
That's pretty anti-feminist, if you ask me. Another one is if a woman is raped, the man can pay her father a fine and marry her and not be in trouble.
Right.
Now, the father has to approve the union. But if you think about it, many men, many families in that time, it brought disgrace to the family if they were to admit their daughter was raped. And so a lot of times the father probably would say, yes, marry to save the name of the family and don't do this. So could you imagine being a woman in these times and being raped, being violated, and then being forced to marry your attacker by your father because that's what society and God collectively think of you? It's a really horrible way to live. And again, that's another system that God allegedly set up. I don't buy that for a second. I think men set this up and use it to control people, like you were saying earlier. People obviously do this. If you believe in a God that wouldn't do that stuff and that men lied about it and put stuff in the Bible, I would agree with you that a good, loving God wouldn't do this, and that book is false. And I'm with you. But then I say, then why say you believe in a God? Where do you get this idea of God? From the same book you're rejecting. Where do you get this idea of Jesus? From the same book that you pick parts of it and go, I don't buy that. I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with a God who condones slavery, and he does. He had a list of commandments, like you said, 613 Levitical laws, 10 commandments. And by the way, we had 2 different sets of the 10 commandments and they don't match completely. But he interacted with people according to the book. Why didn't he ever say, thou shalt not rape? Why didn't he ever say, thou shalt not own another human being as property? In fact, he says the opposite in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. In there, he says, you may treat them as your property, passing them on to your children as a permanent inheritance.
Yeah, well, and I think we living in civilized society all this time are that's very shocking to us.
To me, it took people to get that straight.
But
that's why I trust people more than I would trust a God.
Back during that age, there was no, there was no economy. There was no place where you could go out and get gainful employment. The people who had the biggest army or the most might were the ones who had the land that you could grow food on. And you were either enslaved by those people or you were those people. And that was your choice. That was, if you wanted to.
God is an intelligent God, he could have set up a different system.
But that would be his system and not human system. He gave us free will and you just let us go.
Right,
this is the world we set up.
Psalm 121:7 says God will watch over you and keep you from harm. So why was he not keeping those slaves from harm?
Is that harm though? I mean, it's really not a bad deal.
Is slavery what?
If you live during these times,
Jeremy,
come on now. If you leave,
you're causing so many face palms right now.
Well,
is slavery really harm?
What is your option? Are you gonna go get a job?
No. I'm saying God could have intervened. He intervened in several times throughout the Old Testament.
Slavery means you were protected, means you had a house, means you were fed. I mean, it's just there's not an economy to pay you a paycheck, but you and your people are safe. If you go out into the wilderness, as they found out, you get attacked, you get whatever, There's all kinds of horrible things going on out there. But if you are enslaved by these people, it's really not a bad gig during that time of life.
I can't believe you're saying that. Like, I'm shocked, like literally.
How
Not
does
literally, not literally, because there's not electricity passing through. But I say it for emphasis. It is really shocking.
Well, then what's the alternative? Let's say you've got a family of 20 that you need to provide for. What are you going to do? You don't have.
You do understand being treated as property means people were beaten. Women were forced to have sex with their slave owners. And it talks about it in the Bible, about saving little girls for yourselves. Any girl who has not known a man,
right,
to be saved for sex slaves. Moses flips out when the army goes and brings back women and children because and leaves little boys alive. And he tells them to kill them.
Mm-hmm.
That's Moses telling his army to kill little boys and kill any women or girls who have had sex with men.
Mm-hmm.
Kill them only to save virgins and save the rest for slaves or for sex slaves.
Yeah.
There's passages in the Bible allegedly of God teaching you how to trick your slave into staying by hooking him up with a woman, getting him married with a female slave, and then telling him, all right, your 6th year is up. It's time for you to go free. So you have to leave your family because your wife and kids have to stay. So if you want to stay with your wife and kids, then you have to agree to be my slave forever. There are Bible verses that specifically say if you beat your slave and he dies within 2 days, you get in trouble. But if he doesn't die, if he dies after 2 days, then you're not held accountable because it's your property and you can do what you want to with it.
Mm-hmm.
How could you say that's not a bad gig? You are literally someone else's property working for free. I understand what you mean about gainful employment and safety in the wilderness. I get that. But I could never say that slavery was not a bad gig. That would have been horrible. How about give him a piece of land and a little cabin for his family to sleep in and stay in, and provide him with some food and some cattle and a goat once a week in exchange for the work that he's providing you? Why shackles? Why beatings? There are a million other ways to do it better. You say, what are the other options?
There's other ways to do it better, but I mean, the age that we're talking about was very, very survival of the fittest. Whenever you took over this land, now you've got the logistics of having to deal with all the people who were there. What are you going to do with them? I know war is terrible, but I mean, that's the realities of war. You got to do something with the people.
You could convince them to be on your side, pay them a fair wage, and if that's a goat a day or a goat a month or whatever it is, pay them however you pay them.
Well, let's say some people marched into your house, and their approach was, well, I'm going to go ahead and take this over, but I'm just going to convince you to be on my side.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
Yeah, no. It's not a very good approach. I mean, you're going in with an army. That's how things are done. That's your might makes right.
Okay.
From that whole thing.
Okay. So if Obama right now, you said you're liberal. I'm assuming you're at least somewhat supportive of Obama.
I'm going to miss that man so much.
I'm going to miss him too. I love him. But let's say he were to go take over an area controlled by ISIS.
Mm-hmm.
We just go in and kick ass.
Mm-hmm.
And then the commanders say, okay, Barack, we have 40 children and 25 female adults. All the men have been killed in battle. What do you want us to do with them? What would you want Barack Obama to do with those kids?
Well, I personally would like to see that they're taken care of.
How?
You want to make sure that they're fed, that they're housed in some way. That would be great.
Now those kids are going to grow up pretty pissed off.
Yeah.
Because Americans killed their dads.
Well, and that's how they're looking at it.
That's why I'm asking you, what would you want to do with these people?
Well, I would like to think my bleeding heart, I grew up in the same civilized culture you did,
Mhm.
I would like to think there's better ways to do things.
I would agree with you 100%. I would want to take care of those people, just like a police officer will chase somebody for 40 miles, jump out of the car, beat them in the head, and as soon as that guy's unconscious and bleeding, that cop flips him over and starts doing CPR, at least the ones who are on video doing it. They flip him over, do CPR, and start trying to save somebody they were just chasing and beating, right?
Mhm.
That's the duty of a civil servant. The ones who don't do it have charges brought against them. At least in most cases, we would like to see that happen.
Yeah, that's that's
because
what I mean.
when you say civilized society,
Right.
right? We have evolved to that point. How would you feel about Obama if he said, okay, commanders, I'll tell you what, all the little boys, kill them.
Mhm.
All the women who've had sex with a man, kill them. But all these little girls that are between 9 and 12 years old who haven't had sex with anybody, save them for yourselves. Wink, wink. How would you feel about Obama? Would you vote for him? Would you want him to be your leader?
No, well, no, I wouldn't. But you're
Then
talking
why
about
would
an
you
age.
worship? Why would you worship a God, Jeremy, that you clearly wouldn't even vote for? If Obama did these behaviors, you would reject him as your president.
Mhm.
But if God does the behavior, you worship him?
The time that we're talking about is totally different.
Why does it matter about the time? I'm talking about the man. I'm talking
Because
about
these
God
people-
versus being a president.
These people didn't exist in a civilized society where they know these alternatives. All you know is that I've got an army.
God
I
knew
need
the
to take-
alternative. So is this one of those stories in the Bible where you think God really wasn't involved? It was just Moses being a jerk? And then he says that that's what God said?
No, I think that God is working in an environment that is ultimately controlled by humans. And he wants us to live and make our own decisions, our own choices. That's what it's all about.
But
That's
he-
the whole reason we're here.
You say that a lot, but he gets involved in these decisions.
Well,
a
he's
lot.
got a particular thing he's got to
Well,
achieve.
but look, in Exodus 35:2, he says, nobody works on the Sabbath or they get killed. That's
Mhm.
one of his laws. You get caught working on the Lord's day of rest, you get killed. A few verses later, a guy gets caught trying to pick up sticks because he wanted to kindle a fire.
Mhm.
They catch him. They don't kill him. They bring him before God, and God gets a chance to judge him directly. What do you think God says to do with him?
I'm
He
not
says
gonna-
to kill him. I'm going to
Okay.
spoil this for you.
Okay.
So
Well,
God had the opportunity to intervene and go, guys, I know it's Sunday, but it's really cold. Let him kindle. He's not a reasonable individual.
think about it like this. You're God. You just created something that never existed before. Free will is something that you have no control over.
I know.
So you can actually see God literally trying everything. He tries through fear. He tries through laws. He carves laws in stone. He strikes somebody down in front of everybody. Tries
Did he ever try
literally-
peace?
I'm sure he did. He tried
I'm
everything.
sure it's in there somewhere.
But he's dealing with
He used
humans, and humans
he used
are-
everything but common sense. That's what it looks like. And that's
don't
why
know.
I say what we're looking at in this book, Jeremy,
Mhm.
is archaic Bronze Age fishermen trying their first shot at philosophy, government, and rule of
See,
law.
That's one of the
And-
things I cannot buy that the Bible is the oldest, first, most successful form of propaganda ever written. Like they had that kind of forethought.
I don't think they had that kind of forethought. I think Christianity is like the Walmart of religions. It has adapted and adapted and adapted. Every religion who says, nope, it's absolutely this way or we cut your head off, ends up so isolated like ISIS that it can't really grow. It causes damage, but it can't really grow. Every other early religion that said, nope, you have to worship our God on our holiday or we take over you, it dies off, right? Christianity found a really unique way of absorbing Christmas. It took the Yuletide, it took winter solstice and made it about the birth of Jesus. There are people right now listening to this show with pagan symbols in their home thinking
Next to a Christmas tree.
Yeah, their Christmas tree is their pagan symbol with their red and green hanging from it. The ornaments are to represent, apples.
Mhm.
I mean, they have mistletoe in their house. These are pagan symbols that they don't even realize are pagan symbols. The only people that will tell Christians about this are hardcore fundamentalist Christians and atheists because the vast majority of Christians in the middle don't realize they're celebrating a pagan holiday. The historians that acknowledge Jesus actually existed will tell you he was likely born sometime in March or April, if he existed at all. That's another show. But if he did, it was a spring birth. It was not a winter birth. This was not December 25th. Look up God's born on December 25th and just look at how silly you are. Just Google it, and you will see that there are so many gods said to be born on December 25th. It's Christianity will absorb. Easter was the same thing. Do you have any idea why rabbits are a part of Easter? It's such a combination of rabbits are the only mammal, I believe, that can get pregnant while it's still pregnant. So they can be pregnant, get pregnant again, have that baby. That thing starts to grow into another one, and then they can have that baby too.
Wow.
They're known as being extremely fertile. Easter was originally and I haven't done my research on this recently, so Google me and email me your hatred, but I believe it's the Greek goddess Esther, and she was the symbol of fertility. So she was always pictured with a rabbit and some sort of egg, because egg is where life comes from, and rabbits can become pregnant while they're still pregnant. They're known as very fertile. You've also heard do it like rabbits. Their gestation period is very short. They can have lots and lots and lots of babies. So she was always pictured with eggs and with rabbits. That's why there is an Easter bunny hiding eggs in the backyards of kids. Because why? Of course, because Jesus. It was adopted. It was acclimated to the Christian lifestyle. Christianity has been so brilliant at absorbing other holidays instead of drawing a hard line. They're like, oh yeah, you have that Greek goddess that you like to celebrate. That's totally because of Jesus too. Let's just do it together. And Christianity has survived. So I don't think they had the forethought to make this book to be this huge conspiracy. No, not at all. I think it's been an evolution of people. And you know what? You've got 40,000 denominations of Christianity. No, there's no way they knew that this was going to kick off like it was. In fact, if I sit two Christians down in the studio and ask them enough questions, I'll find out they don't even agree on stuff.
Right.
They don't even worship the same God when you get down to basic principles. So no, I don't think they had that sort of forethought. I think it just happened that way.
I don't know. I just that's something that I would have to buy into.
I don't think you would.
That if there's not a God, if there's no truth to this, then this thing that desert dwelling Bronze Age people wrote thousands of years ago has completely flabbergasted and fooled humanity from that age all the way up to this one.
It's not that it's fooled them,
because it's total nonsense.
The vast majority of people who say they believe it haven't read it. Be honest.
I mean,
be honest.
yeah, that's
a lot of people.
That's definitely true.
The vast majority of Catholics, they read the Catechism. I don't think I've ever talked to a Catholic that actually knew anything about the Bible. And I'm not trying to insult Catholics here, but they learn about the Catechism, which gets updated by the Pope, and he can make changes to stuff. By the way, they can now forgive abortions. He just decided that that's the way that goes. Pope is their God. That's who they even call him the Holy Father.
I know.
And he updates the document. Hey, I don't have a problem with that. You have a cool ass Pope right now. He's, saying, hey, even atheists have a chance to go to heaven at the end because they're just skeptical after all. They die, they get a chance to see God and then decide if they want to follow him or reject him. Fine. That's a pretty cool Pope, right? That's fine. But they don't read the Bible. They don't know what's in it. And the vast majority of Christians that I talk to, whether it's family members or people that come in the studio, they don't know what's in that book. The ones that fascinate me are the ones that know what's in it and believe it anyway. Those really, really spark my interest. Since we mentioned Christmas, I'll ask Brandon's question next. He says, please give me an example of the war on Christmas. They like to scream this time of year. More general, how are you being persecuted as a Christian? So, do you believe you're persecuted? And do you think there's an actual war on Christmas by atheists?
No, that's ridiculous.
Okay. Well, sorry to ruin it for you, Brandon, but this guy's a little more reasonable than a lot of people we have here. Jeff wants to know, how do you explain atheists who are good without having a reason to be? Meaning good without God.
Well, you've got the same reason as everybody else. I mean, you're like what you were explaining about the whole guilt thing. It's a cultural thing.
Okay.
You stay in line to avoid jail. You stay in line so people don't dislike you, so you can continue to, participate in culture and not be an outcast.
Okay. Steve has a really interesting question. It gets a little intricate, so we might spend a little bit of time on this. Christians claim that atheists can gain redemption by accepting Christ into their hearts. Do you believe that?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I think all it takes is belief. So if you decide to believe,
Well, but you read Matthew 7:21. Is it still open to that?
yeah.
Read that one more time for me.
Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father in heaven.
And then keep going.
Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name, cast out demons in your name, and done many wonders in your name? And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you who practice lawlessness.
So just believing, those guys believe. They cast out demons in his name. They believe in him. But if they're not doing the will of the Father, they're not getting into heaven. So
the ultimate,
let's revisit your concept of all you have to do is believe.
the ultimate thing is God's law. If you're going to exist in eternity with millions of others who have their own individual will, then like on the roads, there's going to be conflict. So there has to be rules, there has to be order, there has to be an authority to bring order to chaos.
Right, but those guys believe and they're being cast out.
Well, they believe, but they're also not. I mean, it's one thing to believe in God, but the whole thing is acknowledging God as the authority. I agree to the terms necessary.
It says do the will of the Father.
Right.
Implies or demands that there must be a behavior on top of the belief. You said all you have to do is believe, and I've had people in studio. In fact,
you're right. I mean,
in fact, my friend here who drew this, Corey, said the same thing. You just have to believe, and it's not. You don't have to do the works. It's just, and that's the same question I have for him. What it says, you have to have the behaviors with the belief. So, would you change your mind and say, okay, it's faith plus works that get you into heaven, or is it just faith alone? Is it just the belief?
It's talking about once you're in heaven. Because it says, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father in heaven.
No, not once you enter heaven.
Well, then it says, many who will say to me in that day. So it's
the day that they die or they're about to be.
Right. The priority here is God's will.
Right. Which is a behavior. You have to do the will of the Father.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right there. But
okay.
So what belief accomplishes is that you're acknowledging God as the authority. So, but
that's part one.
You still have to, you can acknowledge the cops as the authority, but then go out there and do 90 down the freeway.
Exactly. So you have to also behave in such a way that shows you believe.
Right.
That's what that verse is saying.
Well, that's what belief is you're behaving in a way as if this is true without proof that it's true.
Right. But you can believe it and go and behave in the opposite direction.
Then you clearly don't believe it.
No, it's not true. Like you said, you could acknowledge cops as the authority and still go out there and do 90.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay.
So they have to believe, but they also have to do behavior.
Well,
so
that's
faith
right
plus works.
Right. So I think the to get through to that world, to the eternal,
okay,
belief passes you through the gate. But once you get there, then you have to follow the rules. You have to follow God's will.
Yeah, but it says you have to do the will of the Father. I think they're talking about on earth. Like you can't just, hey, because they're offering an excuse. They're going, hey, Jesus, we cast out demons in your name. We prophesied in your name. We taught. And he's like, yeah. But you didn't do the will of the Father in heaven. I never knew you because you did illegal stuff. You did bad things while you believed in me. So I'm going to cast you out. So this is the verse that really hammers home. You can't just say you believe. And you know what? In my book, my first book, Baptized Atheist, that was the thing that rocked me first. The very first thing. The day I got baptized, which is why I called it Baptized Atheist. I got baptized and I was standing there, just all these thoughts rushing through my head. I immediately regretted being baptized, not because I was an atheist, but because I didn't feel like I was good enough to be on the team. I'm like, they just gave me a jersey to wear. I'm standing here in this beautiful white gown that's soaking wet. I feel great, but I've just been like sworn into something like a part of a police force, and I don't know what the hell our team even does. Like, what? I don't know enough about it. I haven't read the Bible. This is a peer pressure thing. I got here because it was the cool thing to do at the time, and I was 15, and that's what you're supposed to do, is get baptized. And I didn't know what I was doing. I felt guilty, and I think the pastor saw the doubt on my face. He saw the problem, and he leaned down, and he didn't even look at him. He didn't look at me. He leaned down and he said, "You know, son, you can't just say you believe. You have to know it to be true in your heart." And I was immediately like, oh, damn, I don't know this to be true to my heart. And I've told that to preachers and pastors, and they're like, oh, that guy ruined you. That guy made you this atheist that you are today. And I think, no, I think there's some truth to what he's saying. I can't just go through the motions and pretend. I either need to be on board or not.
Right.
So I made the decision at that moment not to reject Christianity, but to know it to be true in my heart. And I started researching it so that I could get rid of my doubts and then travel the world and get rid of everybody else's doubts and get to the bottom of this once and for all. My goal was to get close to God, and I got so close I saw that there wasn't one. That's how I ended up where I am. And that verse right there was one of the first. I didn't know it to be true. I didn't have that strong belief. I had a weak belief where I was like, yeah, Jesus died for my sins. I just said that in order to be dunked in the water. But did I really, in my heart of hearts, believe it? If I was faking it, wouldn't God know that I'm faking it? So really, as an atheist, all I'm doing is being honest that I have these doubts and that I don't believe the stuff, but leaving myself open to be convinced. I'm always open to be convinced, but I'm not going to go through the motions, because according to Matthew 7:21, God's going to know better anyway. It doesn't matter how many demons I cast out, how many times I prophesy, how many people I convert to Christianity. If I don't truly believe it, I'm a charlatan. So really, as an atheist, I'm just being honest.
I don't know. I think it's simply that if you don't follow God's will, God's law, then it's not going to bail you out. Say, yeah, but dude, remember I did that thing for you? Didn't that buy me that? No.
Yeah, that's why it's faith plus works. It's not just faith alone,
right?
And it's not just works alone. It's got to be the combination of faith plus works.
Right.
I think that's the most consistent Christian position. But back to Steve's question. Christians claim that atheists can gain redemption by accepting Christ into their hearts. However, by definition, atheists have violated the unforgivable sin, not believing in the Holy Spirit. So how is redemption possible? Here's the verse on unforgivable sin. It's Mark 3:28 through 30. Truly I say to you, all sins shall be forgiven the sons of men, but whatever blasphemes they utter, but whoever blasphemes against the Holy Spirit never has forgiveness, but is guilty of an eternal sin, because they were saying he has an unclean spirit.
Where was this?
Mark 3:28 through 30. Mark 3:28 through 30. While you're digging that up, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. We're going to get the rest of this on the other side of this break. More Dogma Debates coming up.
If you're the fourth listener, we thank you for the support. Be sure to sign up at login.dogmadebate.com and take advantage of your fourth listener status.
What about Fräulein Freisel in Austria, whose father kept her in a dungeon where she didn't see daylight for 24 years and came down most nights to rape and sodomize her, often in front of the children? Imagine how she must have begged him. Imagine how she must have pleaded. Imagine for how long. Imagine how she must have prayed every day, how she must have beseeched heaven. Imagine for 24 years and no answer at all. Nothing. Now, you say that's all right that she went through that because she'll get a better deal in another life. I have to ask you if you can be morally or ethically serious and postulate such a question. No, that had to happen, and heaven did watch it with indifference because it knows that score will later on be settled. So it was well worth her going through it. She'll have a better time next time. I don't see how you can look anyone in the face or live with yourself and say anything so hideously, wickedly immoral as that, or even imply it.
Here's an excerpt from The Mormons, The Complete Heretic's Guide to Western Religion by David Fitzgerald.
The Oslings also found that in addition, the church also owns a surprisingly large amount of lucrative commercial investments, managed mostly through its Deseret Management Corporation. These holdings bring in another estimated $600 million annually. They include an estimated $6 billion or more in stock and bonds, several insurance companies, including Beneficial Life, a company with $16 billion in insurance and assets of $1.6 billion. Media holdings, including Bonneville International Corporations, which owns a chain of 25 radio stations, 7th largest in the country, a television station, and other media operations. Hawaii Reserves, which manages extensive real estate developments in Hawaii, such as the Disney-esque tourist trap, Polynesian Cultural Center, the major source of PCC's labor force, Brigham Young University, Hawaii, and more than 150 farms and ranches, including the largest cattle ranch in America, making the LDS Church one of the biggest landowners of the nation, with around 1 million acres of farm and ranch land, roughly equal to the size of the state of Delaware.
The Mormons, The Complete Heretic's Guide to Western Religion by David Fitzgerald is now available at atheistaudiobooks.com.
You're listening to Dogma Debate with David Smalley.
Welcome back to Dogma Debate. I'm going to read these verses I've had up that Steve supplied. Mark 3:28-30. Truly I say to you, all sins shall be forgiven the sons of men, and whatever blasphemes they utter. But whoever blasphemes against the Holy Spirit never has forgiveness, but is guilty of an eternal sin. Matthew 12:30-32 says, he who is not with me is against me. He who does not gather with me scatters. Therefore I say to you, any sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven people, but blasphemy against the Spirit shall not be forgiven. Whoever speaks a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven, but whoever speaks against the Holy Spirit, it shall not be forgiven him, either in this age or in the age to come. And Luke 12:8-10. And I say to you, everyone who confesses me before men, the Son of Man will confess him also before the angels of God. But he who denies me before men will be denied before the angels of God. Anyone who speaks a word against the Son of Man, it will be forgiven. But he who blasphemes against the Holy Spirit, it will not be forgiven. So, according to these verses, it sounds like it is completely impossible for any atheist to actually find redemption. What do you say to that?
Sounds like you're screwed. I don't know. The whole Holy Spirit thing is just, it baffles me. I don't know what to make of it.
Okay.
So it clearly has something to do specific with the Holy Spirit. I feel like I need to know more about that before I can.
Okay, I'll if you want, I'll email you these verses. Yeah. You can do some research on it. And do you ever make it out to California?
No, not. I can't. I don't know. No.
Would you be willing to come to California and sit in the studio with me?
I have gone before.
Okay.
I'm not totally against it.
I'll do phone interviews as well. So maybe we could connect over Skype or something from the studio there in California, and we'll readdress this. But okay. Steve, that's a wonderful
good question.
Yeah, definitely. And some of these we're going to have to go to an extended show and answer because we're really pushing it on time here. So if you want to get the entire show downloaded without commercials, including the extended show and the stuff we're going to do after we go off air, there's definitely a little bit more to talk about that we don't have time for in this show, but we're going to do it in the extended show. Join us and sign up at login.dogmadebate.com. Any membership level will have the entire show downloaded without commercials. We'll do a couple more, then we'll go to the extended show and do the rest over there. And also the video is going to be available to all members as well. How about this one? This is a pretty straightforward one. How do you explain how so many people, and this is from Chris, how do you explain how so many people become atheists after reading the Bible? Why do you think that is?
For the same thing that we're running into here is we're so far removed from the time that this was written that we're appalled by what we read. But if this was the age that this was written in the Bronze Age, it was an ugly time. You've got, I mean, imagine going to a land where there's no laws, there's no rules.
Yeah.
Anybody, I mean, we saw it even in New Orleans, whenever that everybody was in the Superdome. Whenever
Katrina?
Yeah, whenever law is, whenever there's nobody around to establish law, then I mean, I think the Rolling Stone said it best: is rape and murder is just a shot away. It's right there on the cusp. Humans are capable of that.
So why
capable of ugly things?
Why not an update?
What do you mean an update?
Why hasn't God provided a third testament, or maybe He did with the Mormons, and we're all ignoring it?
Well, we're not. This life isn't about getting it right. This life isn't about figuring. It's about living and experiencing what it's like to live with your own mind among other people who live with their own mind, and what it takes to interact and to live together. So we're going to make every mistake, and we're going to do everything wrong, so that we'll then have the entirety of human history to look back on and say, this is why you don't do that.
I just, like you said, we're so far removed. The question was, why? How do you explain so many atheists becoming atheists after reading the Bible? You said because we're so far removed. If God knows that, why wouldn't He say, okay, guys, it's been good 2,000 years since my last update. Let me come down and settle a bunch of this confusion and try to get it. And maybe it's not. Maybe He has, and we're ignoring it. Maybe Pastor Steven Anderson, who jumps up on his podium and screams that gays are dogs, maybe God's talking to that guy and we're ignoring him. Or maybe it's the guy in Mexico who literally says he is the second coming of Jesus and that we're all just going to hell except for the 40 people in his church. Well,
I don't think it's really, for Him to come down and say, all right, you're doing this wrong, let's course correct.
Why wouldn't He do that though?
Well, I mean, He's already set everything up. He's just
but look,
giving you all the.
I mean, I don't know what you do for a living, but I run this company, and I'll give people that are very competent a job to do. Hey, I need you to book Jeremy Christian on the show, and then I follow up the following day, and I go, hey, did you hear back from Jeremy? Right? I come back and check, and if it's like, well, yeah, but he's got to work that day. And then I go, well, what's the soonest he can come? Well, look, if he can't make it by 6, let's bump it an hour. Let's work with him, right? I come back and I offer guidance in order to have the most successful thing that I can. The same way with the Tiny Thinkers book that we have. By the way, do you have kids?
No.
No kids, okay. With the Tiny Thinker book, it's a science book for kids. And our design team is phenomenal. The illustrator is extremely talented. Our graphic designer, who handles all of the placement of and by the way, she doesn't listen to the show when I have Christians on. She pulls her hair out. She can't handle it. But she listens when we do an atheist high five party. Also known as a circle jerk, by the way.
Yeah.
When it's just all a bunch of people who already agree on stuff.
Right.
She listens to those, but she can't handle these conversations. But she's extremely talented. She's the one that did these logos on the wall. She's the one that designed that logo over there. She did all of our T-shirts. Nice. She's amazing. But as the person in charge of the actual final product, I don't just set up the talented people and say, go for it. I come back in and go, hey, move that cloud a little to the left. It's blocking one of the words. The trim is a little tight. Let's add a little bit to that. These two colors clash. I don't care how you do it, but I don't like the way that looks. Can you give me another option, right? I come back and I offer more guidance, and we end up with their talents and with my guidance, we end up with a really good product that we're proud of. And of course, with the author, he writes it, but I edit it. I come back and go, well, there should be a comma here, or this should be capitalized, right? I offer guidance to have a finished product. And I think everybody who is in a supervisory role, they understand that you can have talented people and you can give them a task, but it requires follow-up. It requires updates if you care about the end result. It seems like God just threw a couple of kids leashes and went, start your own dog walking business and left. You know, that's not very responsible as a leader, I would say.
Well, I don't think that's the goal. Is not, he's not trying to, realize the perfect studio. He's not trying to realize the perfect outcome. He's wanting us to, he set up this whole environment. It's all temporary. Do your worst. The worst you can do can only last this long, can only hurt this much, because it's all temporary. But this gives you a chance to make your own decisions.
Right. But if so many people are leaving the faith because they're reading that book, and you acknowledge that the reason it is because we're so far removed, wouldn't he be able to save more souls, or in the Christian speak, win souls, if he were to give us an update and make us not so far removed from these things?
No, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, first off, just doing that, giving us an update, would acknowledge his existence, because then we would have to acknowledge this update's from God.
Right. And let me tell you, acknowledging his existence would not force me to worship him.
It wouldn't force you to worship him, but it would affect your free will. You would no longer behave freely. And it's nothing you did from that point on could be said to have not been,
wait a minute,
manipulated in some way.
You believe he exists.
Yeah.
Does that affect your behavior?
Well, yeah.
So then are you being manipulated?
No, it's my own belief. It's not what he did. He didn't.
How would you act differently if you knew God existed instead of believed God existed?
I don't think I would act different. I don't know. That's not true. I would definitely act different. There's things that I've kind of justified to myself. Yeah, you know what? But if I actually saw a God looming over my shoulder,
but you would still have free will,
right? But
I would have to ask you, how is it free will if I feel like it's more being under duress? I feel like if I go, hey man, I have this really cool bike outside, and I keep talking about it because I just bought my motorcycle. I have this really cool bike outside. Would you like to ride it? And you go, yeah. I say, okay. And I toss you the keys, and you're walking over to the bike. And I go, by the way, just so you know, there's a bomb attached to it. And if you go more than 4 miles an hour, it's going to explode. Have I given you free will? Sure.
Yeah.
I've given you the ability to get on the bike and go. But who wants to be on a bike going 3 miles an hour? You probably can't even hold it up at that rate. So have I really given you free will? Or have I set up a really screwed up situation to manipulate your decision? It really sounds like hell,
but
even if it is non-existence, even if it's nihilistic in nature.
Right.
If I know my family gets to live on forever in paradise and I don't get to, that's being under duress. Would you like to no longer exist ever, or love me and exist forever? Well, that's pretty manipulative in itself, wouldn't you say?
I don't think it's manipulative. I think it's simply necessary. I mean, for the universe to work as it does, matter and energy has to conform to the laws of nature. There has to be laws. There has to be order that brings order out of chaos.
Okay.
So there has to be a lawmaker. There has to be an established law, and you have to conform to that law for that system to work.
Okay.
So I don't think he's just being a dick. I think he's saying that if this is going to work.
Well, but you were concerned with if God shows himself and proves to me that he exists, and he's manipulating my free will in some way.
Yeah.
Yes, my free will would be with that additional information, my behavior would change one way or the other, but it could just really piss me off even more. And I could go, you son of a bitch, how dare you let children die of leukemia at 3 years old? You're a sack of, I could really be more angry. You actually do exist and you allow this stuff to happen. That doesn't mean I don't have to follow him. It could affect me to be even more angry, or it could make me say, wow, you're really there. I don't want to be tortured if I do believe in hell or whatever. But it wouldn't change my free will. It wouldn't take away my ability to make the decision. And so that's what I'm saying is
it would influence you. Though. It would influence your decision. Are you freely being
but
you?
doesn't nihilism, doesn't no longer existing affect your decision? Isn't he already manipulating you by making that the punishment for not believing?
Is that punishment?
Well, I mean, if you don't get to exist anymore and the rest of your family gets to live on forever in paradise,
Right,
yeah,
but
I mean, it's
but you're going to exist. Okay, here's somebody who said they still want to come over, they still want to spend the night, but they're not cool about having to follow your rules. Where do we put them?
it just all depends on the situation. Probably in the garage.
Right, yeah.
Wait,
So,
no, wait. That's too close with the bike.
So I mean,
I bring the bike inside and keep it in the garage.
He's inviting you over to the house, but he's saying, you know, just don't get the cheese whiz all over the carpet and whatever. I got some rules. This is my house. I'm gonna let you come in, you know, but don't.
I'm just thinking heaven, and cheese whiz is the best food you can
Well,
come up
if it's
with.
heaven, there's going to be some cheese whiz. It's got to be.
Well, I'm lactose intolerant, so for me that would be hell. But okay, whatever. Okay, so I'll move on here. I want to get a couple more of these questions in before we go to the extended show. I've only got a few minutes left. Dania says, and she's got a couple of really good questions. If your salvation is dependent on understanding the Bible, why would one need scholars and special study to understand God's word? Why can't just anyone read the Bible and understand it?
I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, it's
when I posted these, a guy named Dave Sterrett, who has been on the show once or twice, and very, very fundamentalist, very right-wing, very conservative Christian, was going on trying to answer as many of these as he could. And one of the things he said is, he was like, David, a simple elementary hermeneutic understanding would blah, 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 and explains. And I just got caught up on that and said, well, why would you even need an elementary level of hermeneutic understanding if this depends on your salvation? You know, in the Bible says God is not the author of confusion, yet that's exactly what we see with over 40,000 denominations of Christianity, people fighting each other, Christians disagreeing on the basic principles of God, all of these things. So to answer her question, why do you think it is so complicated? Why do you need such a deep level of understanding in order to grasp it?
I don't think you do. I mean, I've believed since long before it got all complicated. It doesn't require
all the questions I've brought up today, and you're like, well, I don't know, that's pretty deep, or yeah, I never thought of it that way, or that doesn't say that. Well, yeah, it clearly does. That level of it, there are people out there that have answers to my questions that have studied this stuff for 30 years, and their answers still don't make any sense whatsoever. It just doesn't answer the question. Yeah. It makes them feel better, or they think it makes them sound better. I don't know how much it makes them actually feel better. And and I like to tap into that side and go, yeah, but when you go home tonight and you're laying in bed, are you okay when it's just you? Are you okay with that answer? Don't worry about me. Don't think about the show or your performance. You're being genuine. And that's what my listeners want. And that's what I want. I don't care if you blow me away or think of something I've never thought of. I want you to be genuine to yourself when you go home. Are these things that are still going to bother you? And a lot of these people, I think they leave the studio and they're not okay with the answers they gave. And that's okay. And I'm fine with that. She goes on to say, as an atheist, I've never been able to understand how one can believe that their religious book is the word of God, especially when so many religions have similar books. How did you reach the conclusion that the Bible was God's word? You've already said you don't think it is.
No, but I mean, it did play a role in coming back around to Christianity. And it basically came around to, as I had existential reasons why atheism didn't work for me.
Okay.
So then I looked at what is the most likely explanation. And I looked at the Bible, and it just kept coming back to this, because the cradle of civilization, where humanity first became civilized humanity, that's where this originates. That's where those first 5 books of Moses come from. And that's why I focused in on that when I did what I did. Or I'm sorry, the first 11 books. Because I wanted to root it in some sort of context that I could grasp onto. So I then, it gave me enough specific information, and I had enough specific physical information about the history of that place that I could find something to root all this in. So I formed a hypothesis, and I took that framework of here's how many years between this and that, here's the events, found a place. It tells me.
So what would falsify that hypothesis, though?
it's something not being true that should be true if it's right.
Easy.
What?
Things don't come back to life. Animals don't talk.
Well, that's not part of the hypothesis.
There was not a global flood.
That's not part of the hypothesis.
Well, that means that parts of the Bible are false, though.
Well,
which goes back to one of the first questions. How do you know which parts of the Bible to believe and which ones aren't?
That's why I went back to this, is I found something that I could anchor the rest of it in. And then come back at it. That's why I came up to different things like Jesus not being born of a virgin.
Right. But if the Bible's wrong about that, what if it's wrong about him coming back to life? How do you know?
Because that part of the story completes the rest of it.
That doesn't mean it's true. You could still be lied to.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, we're not dealing with anything that we know for sure. So I've got to just go with the best that I found. It's not this. I looked at this. It's not that.
Yeah,
it's
I don't think it's the best. I think it's a shot in the dark. That's what I'm saying. I think your understanding of atheism is where a lot of this is rooted. I think that you think that atheism must have the answers in order to be a viable solution. And I'm telling you, just like the first question said, I'm fine with Christians having mystery. I'm fine with atheists having mystery, but atheists are still looking for the answers to these questions. So don't think that atheism, because it can't answer every one of your questions, that God suddenly does. That's known as the God of the gaps fallacy. That's just you going, if we don't know the answer, stick a God in there. Whew, I feel much better. That's like sticking a piece of bubble gum on a cracked dam. That's not going to last very long, buddy. You're just like hoping it stick. You know, that's not absolute. That's not an absolute answer for you. That's not solid. It's just something to hold the gap open until we find the real answers.
Yeah, but what I know that it's not is I know that it's not just pure cause and effect.
Well, I don't know that you know that.
I mean, 'cause you guys, I mean, DNA alone is enough for me.
Okay.
Just the way the universe works, the laws that are in place, the fact that we became intelligent beings as we did, for that to rise up out of complete non-intelligence for
over
us
billions of years. Why would that be an
or
issue?
just the mind in general, the way the mind works is it interacts with the self, like fear, for example. Fear doesn't dictate your behavior. It influences your choice, but there's a self in there that's still driving the car. The things that the mind does, evolved to do, interacts with the self. It causes you to feel emotions. It shows you images and things that are stored in your memory.
Okay.
But whatever that self is, the brain evolved around it over the course of millions and billions of years. So whatever that self is, as complex as it is,
maybe
has been there since the beginning.
Jeremy, maybe it went the other way around. Maybe it's backwards. Maybe the brain evolved so advanced that it developed the ability to realize a self. No God needed.
It just doesn't make sense. The way that the mind works is it's all about, I mean, there's even
the way the mind works now.
Yeah, but I mean, like there's a pleasure center where it's an actual reward system that
Love
if
that
you
store. Oh, wait, what?
So if you it entices you. If you do this action, if you eat that thing, if you do this thing, I will reward you with pleasure.
But it's not necessarily rewarding a self. That's a natural,
but you're
evolved instinct to nurture your body or whatever.
But the way that the mind interacts with you is
but you reside within your mind. That's what I'm saying. You keep saying that there's a self outside of the mind, and I'm telling you that what if the mind has just evolved to the point, or the brain has evolved to the point that it can realize and develop a sense of self?
It's the way that it evolved. It's been interacting with a self. I mean, it takes, like you said, it takes millions of years for these things to evolve. And the way they evolved is they're interacting with something that had to be there from the beginning. They evolved around it. So whatever that
I
is,
don't buy that. I don't think that it had to have happened that way, and it didn't have to evolve around it. It evolved the way it did, and it got to the advanced level that it can realize itself. Did you know that dolphins recognize themselves in mirrors?
Yeah.
Dolphins. You can put a mark on a dolphin's face, and it will go up to a mirror if you put a mirror in front of it, and it will look at itself, and it knows that that's what it is. It knows that it's looking back at itself. Elephants are the same way. They put a piece of tape or a mark or something on the side of an elephant's face and put a mirror up, and the elephant started trying to get the thing off its face by looking into the mirror. Crickets don't. Crickets don't recognize themselves in the mirror. Lizards don't recognize themselves in mirrors.
Right.
A lot of cats don't recognize themselves in mirrors.
The reason I got into this is because you're talking about complexity, because so much gets dismissed as complexity. Like, so much gets put into the vernacular of evolution, and I mean, and I support evolution, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Like, you could say, well, the whole reason that our wounds heal is because those who had that ability to heal were more successful at surviving. They lived longer. They didn't get infected, and those that didn't, they died off. So those genes got passed along. You could literally describe anything in that way, whether it's true or not, but it makes sense. It sounds good.
Yeah, I got it.
But there's no proof that that's what happened. So just because it sounds good, it sounds like it makes sense, doesn't make it true.
My animal analogy was to bring up that you said that the way the human mind has evolved to recognize self.
Right.
And I'm saying that to prove that it is evolutionary, if you look at lower life forms like insects, they do not recognize themselves in the mirror. Upper life forms tend to. So things that are more advanced in intelligence, like whales and dolphins and elephants and human beings.
And that's a big part. I mean, that's what I do all day. Like, there's like an algorithm in my brain that just wrestles with stuff all the time.
Awesome. Okay. Marissa wants to know, why was Abraham deemed the father of three religions? And I'll add to that with being multiplied, as multiple as the sands on the beach, rewarded essentially. But Andrea Yates is psychotic. They both heard God tell them to kill their kids. You familiar with the story of Abraham and Isaac?
Yeah. Genesis. I don't know who the lady is.
Oh, Andrea Yates said she heard God tell her to kill her children to save them from Satan, because once they got older, they were going to do things that were going to have them in hell, and she wanted to have her babies in heaven with her. So before the age of accountability, I believe her oldest was 8, she took them all one by one, 5 boys, and drowned them in a bathtub. And laid their bodies out on a bed. And she said that God told her to do that to save their souls. So she was told to kill her kids. She ends up in a psychiatric ward to be treated. And Abraham also heard God tell him to kill his kid, but was rewarded for attempting to do so. So why is it that Abraham was deemed the father of three religions and rewarded, but Andrea Yates is deemed psychotic? They both heard God tell them to kill their kids.
Well, if you go back through the story the way I've described it, where first off, I should put this out there, Adam's not the first human. Adam was created in an already populated world. I saw one of the questions.
What? Why do you believe that?
Because Genesis 1 says God created humans. Then Genesis 2 goes into Adam and Eve. By Genesis, 4, whenever Cain gets kicked out, he's already running into people that he's afraid is going to kill him. There's other people around. The misconception is that the creation of humans in Genesis 1 and the creation of Adam in Genesis 2 are the same event, when they're not. And that's part of what I was getting to as far as that hypothesis, because I was able to put this hypothesis together, then make predictions off this hypothesis. If that prediction is true, that's how you test it.
Yeah, one of the questions was, where did Cain's wife come from?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that was David asking that question.
Right. And if you just read back through like Genesis 6,
but wait a minute. But it said that God brought all of the animals before Adam so that he could name them all. why would God have Adam name all the animals if he's not the first man?
Well, because that's what's fascinating about this, is because Adam was the first being with free will. Adam's creation was the introduction of free will into the world. So he's testing him, and he brings animals to him to see what he'll call them, to see what he'll do. That's why Abraham was rewarded, is he's testing him. He's just like anybody would do. If you're trying to breed something in particular, you'll take a specimen, you'll see if they have the characteristics that you want. If they do, you breed off of that specimen.
Does it bother you that Abraham heard God telling him to kill his children, or to kill his child, attempted to murder his own child because he heard a voice that he thought was God? Does it bother you that he was rewarded for doing so?
No. I don't think there was any doubt in Abraham's mind. I mean, in the context of the story, it makes perfect sense what's going on. That Abraham is being tested to see. I mean, God picks particular specimen along the way. He picks Noah. He picks Abraham. And he does so by, I find favor in this one. This is the same way you would do if you were breeding an animal and you're trying to get a certain characteristic out. This one has the characteristic I'm looking for. This one.
Okay, so why is that characteristic considered good when Abraham does it? But we know that when Andrea Yates did it to her children, she heard God tell her to kill her kids. She's considered psychotic.
Because in the case of Abraham, it was God's will versus Abraham's will. This was the child that Abraham had.
Right. Andrea Yates said she didn't want to kill her kids. It was God's will.
Well, Andrea Yates is a whack.
How do you know Abraham wasn't?
Because in the context of the story, it fits. It fits. It doesn't make any sense for God to talk to Andrea Yates right now and tell her to kill all of her kids. But Abraham, it does.
Why did it make sense for him to? Why did it make sense for Abraham?
Because he's creating Jesus in the Old Testament. He needs to breed a specific outcome. So that test is, will his own will override mine if it's something he really wants?
Okay. Speaking of that, Daniel wants to know, if God appeared before you and ordered you to kill someone, would you do it?
I don't know. That's such a, how do you answer that question? I don't know.
That's why I'm not a Christian. I couldn't. There's no way I would tell God to kick rocks.
Yeah.
I would say, I'm not your hitman.
First off, I'm not going to buy that just somebody that pops up in front of me is God.
Okay, so you're going to be a skeptic and say,
yeah, I'm definitely going to be skeptical about the situation.
Even if it was like a mystical, half transparent with a little Casper tail.
Yeah, well, see, I was probably still fail, even if I knew it was God, because I can't kill anything. I couldn't. I said, no, I just don't have it in me. I'm sorry.
So you would not be breeding the new Jesus?
No, I would not. I would have failed.
Okay, fair enough. Adam Collins, and the only reason I use his last name is because the listeners don't know who he is. He says, why did God make himself invisible? I mean, what the hell is that about?
It's that whole thing that I think he set up a faith-based system so that it's that easy.
All right, one more question.
Well, and I think it also influences you if you knew he was there.
Yeah, but it influences you to know about never existing versus paradise. Isn't creating a paradise of an ultimate reward also influencing your decision? So he's already influencing your decision by giving you a reward versus not existing.
Well, no,
options.
I mean, the whole reason for existence, the whole reason we're all here is because, he wants companionship, but not just drones. He wants people to have their own minds and wills.
We're going to get into that. We're going to get into that.
Living all eternity. I mean, you don't want to die, but I mean, that's just.
Right. I'll ask one more. There's several more that we're going to cover. Not a whole lot more, but we're going to cover several more in the extended show. We won't be on too much longer. We've already been at this for 3 hours and 15 minutes. I do appreciate your time, but I do have to do some stuff for the members. And we're way over our time. iHeartRadio is going to be so pissed. Let's go with this. Danielle, you're the winner. Have your views changed over the years in regards to LGBT? Mine did, even while I was still in my religion. I don't know if anyone else has had this, and I'm curious. So, have you changed your views on LGBT?
I have.
Were you at one time, I'm assuming you are pro-marriage equality now. You said you're more liberal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at one point you were.
At one point I didn't think, and it was more not what my church had taught me or whatever, but it was more just along the lines of, it just seems obvious that biologically it works this way. So that just seems, and that's how I thought about it. But in the time that I've, through all this, I found that everything that those books that speak about it particularly is talking about them in particular. And in that case, yeah, it is detrimental to have a homosexual male. It's like you've got a breeding male that's taken out of the equation because he's not breeding with females. He's not doing what needs to be done.
Right, but there are tons of males who can't have children.
Right.
There are tons of females who can't have children.
Yeah,
and they're taken out of the gene pool.
Well, that's just
the same thing.
I just think that what the Bible says about it, I think was specific to those people in that situation because that was the outcome he needed. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I mean, what the Bible tells us is that it's been around since then.
Way before then.
Yeah.
Even. So you are pro-marriage equality. You vote liberally. You're not our religious right enemy.
I am not.
So you support the actions of what the Secular Coalition for America is out there doing.
Well, I think that laws should reflect the people that live under them. So if there are people who live this way and this is how they live, then the laws should reflect them as well. It should take them into account.
All right. Well, I've got more questions to come. That's all the time we have for right now in this show. But Jonathan, Pamela, Alan, James, Dania, Curtis, Brian, Michael, Joe, we've got more questions for our friend here right after this track, Heathens. Join us over at login.dogmadebate.com to hear the entire show with no commercials and get all of the stuff that's coming up after this. That's all the time we have for this portion of the show. Thank you so much, Jeremy. But stick around. We probably got about another 20 minutes or so we're going to spend on these next few questions. Maybe 30. I won't keep you too long, but I do want to get some of your responses to these questions. These are really good questions, and I appreciate people who took their time to write in and get these questions in. So, all right. We'll see you next time. I don't know if it'll be next week or if it'll be after next week, but I will have an announcement the next time I come on air about why the hell I'm going to LA. I promise. We'll see you on the other side of this break. If you're a member, join us at login.dogmadebate.com.
You love another psychopath sitting next to you. You love another murderer sitting next to you. You think I'd get here sitting next to you. But after all I've said, please don't forget. All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. We don't deal with outsiders very well. They say newcomers have a certain smell. Yeah, trust issues not to mention. They say they can smell your intentions. You laughing on the freak show sitting next to you. You laugh some weird people sitting next to you. You think how did I get here sitting next to you? But after all I've said, please don't forget. All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. All my friends why'd you come? You knew you should have stayed. I tried to warn you just to stay away. And now they're outside ready to buzz. It looks like you might be one of us.
Members only. We are off air. We're with family now. He stepped out.
He?
Our guest.
That's not very nice.
You always say that about everything I say. That's not very nice. He stepped out.
Well,
Jeremy
he
stepped
has
out.
a name. Okay.
God, you are so mean to me.
I am.
You are. I you know, sometimes when I'm trying to be funny, and I do say trying, sometimes people have to get a little bit offended. But sometimes they don't think about being offended until you remind them that they should be offended. So they're laughing until they hear, well, that's very mean. Well, that's not very nice.
Well, he does have a name.
Yep. So you excited about going to LA? Come here now.
Yes. Kind of. A lot of pressure.
There's a lot of pressure.
I was just thinking that, like, I feel really stressed out. There's too much stuff going on.
There's a lot going on. Sometimes I'm just going to get on my bike and just ride. I'm telling you, when you want to talk into the microphone too?
Aww.
Say hi. Whenever by the way, you can see my little doggy Nyla if you're watching video. What was I going to say?
I don't know. I don't read minds. I'm not good at that.
What did you just say?
I said I'm a little stressed out.
Yeah.
See what happens whenever you go off air.
No, it was because the dog.
All your words.
It was the dog came in.
Oh,
Nyla. Yeah, I forgot completely.
Well, anyways, yeah, it's a little stressful because all the pressure, to find something that's affordable, the right area.
That's the biggest challenge, finding something affordable in LA.
I don't even think that's possible. I've already ruled that one out.
Not on an activist budget, anyway.
Yeah. I went into it thinking, okay, first things first.
It'll be a little
affordable.
more. It'll be a little more expensive. Yeah,
all right.
no idea.
That one's marked off the list, so let's just go ahead and.
Okay, so we're gonna. I'm gonna go through these a little faster. I'm not gonna keep you too long. I do appreciate your time, but I'm just gonna kind of run through some of these. Because some of these are really, really good questions. Are you aware of God giving instructions on how to give an abortion? Numbers 5:11 through 29. But you're not anti-abortion, are you? So it wouldn't bother you if God said, "Here's how to do it."
No. Well,
the question is from Maggie. She says, "Why deny Numbers 5:11 through 29? Is God giving priests instructions on how to induce a miscarriage, aka abortion?" He is. He's telling them how to induce a miscarriage to not have the baby.
Well, I mean, if anybody's going to have the call,
it's God.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have no problem with that.
Which, I mean, I should clarify that I'm not full on pro-abortion, but I don't want that to sound like I'm anti-choice.
Right.
I just think the choice has been made by that point. You had the choice, but I just feel like there's this lack of respect for life and the ability to give it. But
when you say you had the choice, what do you mean? You had the choice to have sex?
Yeah. What God, if there were not ways to avoid it, literally dozens and dozens of ways to not get pregnant.
So what do you do in a situation where someone is actively on some form of birth control or uses protection in some way and ends up pregnant anyway?
Yeah. I mean, if it was something that you tried to avoid and it happened anyway, then, maybe it's a fail-safe.
Okay.
But I don't think it should just be something that just an option. It's like, we don't have to worry about it. If it comes to this, we'll just do that.
So if someone doesn't want a child, like you said earlier, if you're God and people don't want to be around you, you don't want to force them. You want to give them the choice. You want them to love you because they choose to love you or because they like who you are. You don't want to have a band of robots around you. So if there's a woman out there who does not want a child, do you really want to force her to have a child around her? Is that going to be a good existence?
I'm not, nobody's forcing her to have a child. She knows how to not do it.
Right. But if she thinks she's being careful, but she's not as careful as she was supposed to be.
If she took the precautions and it happened anyway.
But even if she didn't take the precautions, at the end of the day,
Well, then
So let's say
that's-
she didn't. She just assumed, because most times that happens, a woman doesn't get pregnant. A lot of stuff has to line up in order for her to be pregnant. So a woman, they could have unprotected sex, not use pull-out method, or do whatever they want, and not end up pregnant for years.
I think it should be an option in certain cases, but I don't think it should just be so available that it's just another form of birth control.
Who's to make that determination, though, right? Who's to make the determination how available it should be? If we make it super difficult, a lot of low-income areas won't have access to it at all, right? So it's really hard. So you wouldn't be in favor of making a law against it?
No.
Okay, well then that's good enough for me. Omar asks, I think you've already answered this question, where did the other family come from other than Adam and Eve? So we'll skip that. You've already addressed that. Felipe says, why does your God work in mysterious ways? Why won't it be direct and obvious?
Well, that would reveal that he's there.
But again, him revealing that he's there doesn't have to change my mind.
But it still would influence you.
Of course it would, just like a reward would.
Right. So if
you think you're going to go to heaven,
right,
that's a reward. So God's influencing you.
Well, it's my choice.
Right. I would have the choice if God existed. If I knew God existed, I would still have the choice to turn against him.
But if he revealed himself to you, there's no longer a choice of whether or not it undermines the whole faith aspect of it.
No, it doesn't. I could know he exists and still turn against him.
Right, and that's your choice as well. But I mean, it's not.
Right. It wouldn't stop me from turning against him. Brandon wants to know, why does your God kill kids? It's pretty direct and straightforward.
I don't. This question, just when they go to the sick babies.
Well, it's not just the sick. It's not. So you don't think so? If a kid dies of cancer, that's not God killing the kid. That's the fallen world. Yada yada. That's God not saving the kid, though.
Well, it's just that's the world we live in. It's not a perfect world. A safe, healthy baby is not a guarantee. If we lived in a world where no babies ever died of anything, and you could just, if your baby was crying, you could set them outside on a rock because nothing's going to happen to them. That's just a very different place. I mean, it's not you.
I'm really tired of that thing making noise. Can you set it outside on a rock?
Just go put it on that rock out there.
I'm getting a headache.
But I mean, you cherish something that can be lost. It's not just a given that's just going to survive, and it's not going to.
I mean, we could all be lost. There could be accidents. There could be, get hit by a car, whatever. But I think Brandon made his question very short for a reason. It could be interpreted multiple ways.
Mm-hmm.
We could say that God not saving children from cancer is God killing children. That could be interpreted that way. I could say, let me ask you a series of questions and I'll see if I can get somewhere. Is God everywhere all the time?
Yeah.
Is God invisible right now?
Yeah.
So he's in this room?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's pause there. And if you were to see me and I'm walking in the middle of a street and a baby carriage and with a baby in it comes rumbling down the street directly in my path, and all I have to do is stop it, I'm fine. And you see me step out of the way and the baby carriage continues to go. You're inside a Starbucks or something. You're behind glass. It's happening too fast. There's nothing you can do, but you see me move out of the way and the thing keeps going and it rams into an 18-wheeler and the baby dies. What would you think of me?
Well, I would think that, you should have, you had the choice in that moment to do something. You chose not to do it.
Yeah, would you think less of me? Would you be like, God, I thought David was a good guy, and then he?
Well, yeah,
yeah, okay. I would too. I would look at you and be like, dude, that I didn't want to drop my phone or whatever, right? Now that's not me pushing the baby carriage down the street. The baby carriage was already doing it. I just let the world continue as it is and got out of the way. If you believe that God is everywhere all the time, now imagine that baby carriage coming down the street and I'm not there. When that baby carriage continues to roll down the street and nobody's there to stop it and it careens into the 18-wheeler and the baby dies, that was God getting out of the way because God was there everywhere all the time and he didn't do anything to stop it.
But
he just let the fallen world deal with the fallen world. So let me ask you, do you look at God differently?
No.
When something like that, why would you look at me differently if I get out of the way, but you don't look at God differently if he gets out of the way? Why does he get a pass?
Because if we lived in a world where every time a baby was about to die, something happened and they just froze in midair, or they were caught or whatever, and it just never, it's that reality is not reality. There are consequences to actions.
But let's think about the question, though.
There are dangers in this world.
You would look at me differently if I stepped out of the way and let the baby die. And you know that God is everywhere all the time. So why don't you look at God differently when he doesn't stop the baby carriage?
Because
why am I held to a different standard? You're actually holding me to a higher standard of morality than you're holding God, who's supposed to be the source of our morality.
I don't think so. I think that I mean, you had an opportunity to stop them, and you chose not to.
And so did God.
But I mean, God's not going to step in the way. I mean, where does he stop? Does he save every baby that's careening everywhere?
Right. When you look at me differently and go, dude, why did you do that? Why? You're a monster. Why would you not get out of the way?
Yeah.
And I go, dude, what am I going to do? Jump in front of every baby carriage I see?
Just
what am I
the one.
No, everyone. and I'm going, look, that every time I see something bad, I'm not a superhero, dude. I'm on my way to work.
Right.
I mean, that could be my argument back to you. That wouldn't.
Well, that's what I mean. It throws off the whole thing. Like, I mean, the fact that babies die is part of what made humanity what they are today. It's part of what made us evolve to what we are today. Babies are resilient as they are because the ones that weren't died. It's part of the process. I mean, the bad things happen. Death happens. It's
right,
like,
but that baby,
that
baby could live to be 96 and then die of old age in his sleep peacefully.
Mhm.
He didn't have to go careening down a street and hit an 18-wheeler.
Well, he didn't have to, but whatever situation put him in that is what happened.
Psalm 121:7, God will keep us from harm. Is God not keeping that baby from harm? Some Christians will say he helped the baby get to heaven faster. Easy speasy.
I don't know. Well, it's kind of a silly answer.
I think so too.
But I mean, yeah, I think that I think there have been many times that I, probably you, have been kept from harm. It's just there are instances.
There's no way to know that.
Well, yeah, of course, there's no way to know. But
when we see people that are harmed, we're going, well, God wasn't there for that one. God didn't step in on this one. God didn't step into that one.
Yeah, and then it becomes this whole thing. Well, why were they so much better? Why did you save them and not me? What I mean, where does it stop? Do we all get saved? Who is worthy of being saved? If we're not going to save everybody, then okay, we're going to save this baby, but not that one.
Right?
Or we save them all.
How about we save them all?
What?
I want to play a very short clip for you. You may have seen it. This is the long version though. You've seen Stephen Fry answer the question about what if you're wrong about God?
Yeah, I think so.
This is for the members only, so I'm just gonna play it, but I'm going to try to skip to the part that I remember it being. I apologize.
Suppose what Oscar believed in as he died, in spite of your protestations, suppose it's all true, and you walk up to the pearly gates and you are confronted by God. What will Stephen Fry say to him, her, or it?
Okay, so this is what I want you to respond to, because I couldn't say it any better than Stephen does right here. Okay, so I want to know your response to Stephen Fry here.
I will basically, what's known as theodicy, I think I'll say bone cancer in children. What's that about? How dare you? How dare you create a world in which there is such misery that is not our fault? It's not right. It's utterly, utterly evil. Why should I respect a capricious, mean-minded, stupid God who creates a world which is so full of injustice and pain? That's what I would say.
And you think you're going to get in on
No,
that?
but I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to get in on his terms. They're wrong. Now, if I died and it was Pluto, Hades, and if it was the 12 Greek gods, then I would have more truck with it, because the Greeks they didn't pretend not to be human in their appetites and in their capriciousness. and in their unreasonableness. They didn't present themselves as being all-seeing, all-wise, all-kind, all-beneficent. Because the God who created this universe, if it was created by God, is quite clearly a maniac, utter maniac, totally selfish, totally. We have to spend our life on our knees thanking him? What kind of God would do that? Yes, the world is very splendid, but it also has in it insects whose whole life cycle is to burrow into the eyes of children and make them blind. They eat outwards from the eyes. Why? Why did you do that to us? You could easily have made a creation in which that didn't exist. It is simply not acceptable. So, atheism is not just about not believing not believing there's a God, but on the assumption that there is one. What kind of God is he? It's perfectly apparent that he is monstrous, utterly monstrous.
Okay, your thoughts on that?
Yeah,
I couldn't say that any better than he did. That's exactly what I'm trying to get across here. What's your reaction?
Well, it's kind of, it sounds so arrogant to me. Okay, you've given me life, you've given me, babies, and you've given me these things that I cherish, and that whenever one goes wrong, how dare you? I mean, you're basically saying, I don't know. I mean, just,
it's not when one goes wrong. It's like this. It's, you've given me life.
Mm-hmm.
You've given me the ability to have compassion and love for my fellow human beings. You've put in me morality and respect for others, and laid out, we've written on my heart the way I'm supposed to live, the way others are supposed to live, and how we're supposed to treat one another. And then you, as the creator, go against everything you've taught me was moral. You told me to have slaves. You told me to beat slaves. You let children die. You don't do anything about it. But you're telling me to go out and do good things. Why are you behaving in the way that flies in the face of all the morality you gave me? And all the while telling me I'm supposed to have faith that all my morality came from you, when you were the single most immoral thing anyone could imagine?
So we put a face on basically the natural world. You're saying that we create this God. Do you find the natural world overly sensitive? I mean, it's, baby things die all the time. I mean, that's the world that we live in.
Right. But like he said, he could have easily created a creation which didn't have that.
Yeah, you could take all that away to where your life could be so awesome that the worst thing that you ever witnessed anybody do in their life was take an extra helping of mashed potatoes. And in your mind, the scale of good to bad goes from everybody else to that bastard that took all the potatoes when obviously everybody hadn't had any yet. That's your full breadth of good and bad. So
that guy should go to hell. And I would support that. No, I'm kidding. But I mean, you're right. You're right.
How are you supposed to know you've got it good? How are you supposed to know and appreciate that your baby survived if all babies survive?
Okay. Now let's think about that.
All right.
Is that not arrogant? To say that other babies die of horrible diseases just so you will feel special that your kid lived?
No, I don't think so. It's just
kind of what you just said. And it reminds me of something my mother told me when I was arguing with her. One of my first actual arguments. It's the first time my mom heard me actually use a bad word. She said, I asked her why kids are born with special needs. And I specifically said Down syndrome. I said, why would God do that to someone? That's a tough life. Not to say it's wrong, but that's tough to put on a person and their family, their parents. They have to take care of them for their whole lives. I mean, that's a tough thing to deal with. I said, why? And she said to me, so that we know how good we have it. We can recognize how good our lives are, which is similar to what you just said. And I was like, I don't know. I was like 19 and I just went, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I got so angry at my mom. She looked at me with a shocked face and I'm like, I cannot believe you just said that to me. You're telling me that child's entire life of struggles and medical bills and that mother who is having to, bathe and take care of her 43-year-old son or whatever. All of that is so your arrogant ass can walk by and go, whew, glad I'm not that guy. Come on.
But that's
and then
not
she says to me, if they have a special place in heaven. And I said, what the hell does that mean, Mom? Free parking? What does it mean? You're in paradise. What does it mean, a special place in heaven?
I can't say that.
And that right there was my firebrand moment of atheism. I was so angry, and I realized it did not have the effect I wanted it to. She lashed back out at me, and we screamed at each other and didn't talk for a month. But I changed the way I talked to Christians after that. I wanted to be more respectful even in the face of that. But I thought I would point out to you that that's what that sounded like, Jeremy, is, how special would it be if my baby lived, if all babies lived? Well, what that means is the implied, the hidden implication you have there is that when a mother's baby dies, you're telling her right now, as she's listening, someone who's lost a child, you're telling her your baby died so that other people who walk by you and know that you experienced that will feel special that their kid is still alive. And that's a horrific thing to imply.
It's such an oversimplification, though, because every life accomplishes something. Whether you lost that baby, whether the baby was born with Down syndrome, that baby's life, the people in the life around that baby are all influenced, all affected by it, all have their own choices to make in making that situation better or making it worse or whatever they do. It's not that situation just serves that one purpose. It serves purposes across the board. But if every baby ever born, if you were guaranteed to at least make it to 10 years old, to have fully functioning arms and legs and eyes and everything worked, you were born perfectly, every human born lived at least till 10 years old, then, I mean, what world is that? So now there's no danger. There's no, well, of course you had a healthy kid. Everybody's got a healthy kid. There's nothing special about that. There's nothing special about you being able to.
No, but wouldn't that be a peaceful, loving world to know that at least for the first,
would you know? For
the first 10 years of life, you don't have that concern?
Would you know that that's a peaceful life, though? Because that would then be the normal. But you wouldn't know that the alternative would be that babies could die, because that just never happens. It wouldn't even occur to you, because it never, ever, since the beginning of time, has ever happened.
I don't get your point, though.
So if we lived in
if I was in charge and I could minimize suffering, that's what I would want to do, is minimize suffering. I understand what you're getting at.
But suffering serves a purpose, though.
Not all suffering.
I think it does. I mean, the fact that you can suffer, it serves a purpose. It makes you realize, I mean, do you know that you've got it good if you don't know what bad is?
But how bad does bad have to get before you call it bad?
I don't know. Well, I mean,
that's what I'm getting at. I mean, we could have broken bones and I could be thankful that I haven't broken a bone.
Yeah.
Right. But I don't have to have leukemia in order to know that I'm thankful to have only a cold or allergies.
Well, I mean, do you realize how just against the odds it is that so many people are born with, all their working parts and fully functioning and all that?
Why didn't God just create us already in heaven if that's all he wants is companionship?
Because we had to first experience life.
Why? He could have created us in heaven and said, anybody who doesn't want to be here and worship me,
I think
can dip out.
I think this life is all about establishing. I mean, how else would you imbue your creation that you gave their own minds and wills? They can do whatever they want. How else would you imbue in them the wisdom required to wield such a powerful ability?
Why does it need to be so powerful?
Because
if I wanted you for companionship, I could create you and say, hey, I've created you. I'm God. I made you because I was lonely or I wanted to be with you. But if you don't want to be with me, you can no longer exist anymore. Just let me know and I'll push the button and you won't exist. No pain, no suffering, no torture. I won't kill you. I won't tie you down and burn you. I won't throw you into a lake. I will just snap my fingers and you will go to sleep and no longer exist.
Okay. And you would be staring at him like an infant because you have no idea what he's talking about because you haven't experienced any of that.
What do you mean?
You don't know what pain is. You don't know what suffering is. You don't know what's
wrong with that.
Sleeping is.
What's wrong with that?
Well, you have to know. How do you make a decision about whether or not you want to exist forever when you have no idea
you don't know what
existence
is? Yeah. Okay. I get what you're saying, but I just can't. I understand the basics of needing to feel a little. I enjoy the winter in Texas because I've experienced 36 summers in Texas.
Exactly.
It sucks. But people in California who love it in California still say it's beautiful in California year round.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I had a friend call me one time. She was traveling. She was going to travel to Arkansas, and she called and she said, so I know you're in Texas, not Arkansas, but I have a question. And I said, what? She said, what's humidity? And I'm like, are you serious? She's like, yeah, we don't have it here, but I see that right now in Arkansas, it's at 67%. And so I looked at Texas to see if you would know, and it's at 81%. And that's basically like you're walking through water. So what is humidity? What does it mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, go run your dishwasher. And when it's in the middle of the hot drying part, open it and stick your face in it.
Right.
And you'll feel that steam come out all over you. And it's disgusting.
So your answer
that's what humidity is.
Here's a way you can experience it. So you now know what it is.
True. Or it was, she can still understand that she's got it good without experiencing the others.
Can she though?
Yeah. She knows it's beautiful. She knows she's happy.
Sounds bad. I've never experienced it. I don't know. Sounds awful, but
no. It's that she knows she has it good. We spend too much time on it. Dave Starrett, the fundamentalist Christian, has a question for you. He says, why do you continue to love atheists who are so ignorant and rude?
Because I'm ignorant and rude, I guess.
I love that answer.
I don't know. I get along better with atheists generally.
Why is that?
I don't know. Because
we'd love to have you back on the team. You're a fun guy.
Well, I think the church culture has really screwed up a lot of people.
Oh, we should have done this in the main show. I agree with you so much.
Because I can't take the facade of the typical churchgoer, and you don't run into that with atheists. You get more of a genuine, because they reach where they're at through a more genuine approach.
Well, I appreciate that.
They're not trying to play a role they're not looking over the other pew. So, well, they didn't make it last Wednesday, and I don't know if I would have wore that dress.
Mm-hmm.
That's
not so judgmental.
I
appreciate that. From the outside, you saying that as a Christian, that means a lot, because we strive for not being judgmental, even though it happens still in some pockets. It does, but for the most part, we strive for that. So I appreciate it. Kate says, "How can you justify eternal damnation?" And you've already said you don't, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's no point to that.
Well, I mean, eternal damnation, not eternal torture,
right?
Right. So I guess it would still be damnation, right? You're damned to not exist for eternity. Like,
yeah, but I mean, it's if you don't exist, then it doesn't matter. It's just poof and it's done.
Yeah. Andrew says, is Pope Francis correct that atheists can go to heaven for living and acting right despite not believing? According to those Bible verses we read, I think you've kind of changed your opinion on that, probably, right?
Yeah, man, I don't know. That sounds bad for you guys.
According to the scripture,
I don't think
there's
so.
There's no redemption.
He's basically saying is that it's possible for anyone to accomplish what Jesus did, what made Jesus significant, and I'm pretty sure that that's said to be not possible. You can't know God's will, so you can't forever be in God's will. You can't. At some point, you're going to veer from God's will because you got your own.
Okay. Galen says, how do they account for the personal experience of those in other religions that has convinced them of the truth of those faiths? How can one claim to be certain about their own religion, yet dismiss the certainty of people of other faiths? If one is unwilling to admit even the possibility that they are worshiping the wrong God, how can they reasonably expect others to do so? So you can just cancel this whole question by saying, are you willing to admit that it's at least possible that you're worshiping the wrong God?
Yeah. I mean, I could always be wrong.
Okay.
I've done everything I know to do to make sure that's not true, but I mean, I'm wrong all the time.
Okay. Susie says, if God is so great, why would he create such things? Oh, such the inferior species called humans. Basically, why didn't he create other awesome, perfect gods to hang out with? Why did he create little stupid people? Atheists are considered sinners. We willfully disobey. We don't worship. We don't believe. But even believers are considered flawed as the default position. So how could it, being perfect and all, be so incompetent with his creation? These are good questions.
Well, I don't think you can have perfection and free will. I just don't think it's possible. It's either one or the other. Perfection would mean always adhering exactly to God's will. Perfection would be how matter acts. It always behaves this way in this environment, always.
So are people in heaven right now? Or are they all buried and they'll all come back when Jesus comes back?
I don't know. Well, time and space only exist in this universe as we perceive it. We perceive time as a linear thing because we are products of this universe.
So people that have died before us, are they in heaven now as we're talking?
Well, it's a trick question because there's no now in heaven. You see what I mean? So, I mean, once you leave this universe, right now we're caught inside this physical matter.
Time's clicking, things are going.
Yeah. Time, once you leave this universe, no longer exists.
Okay, so is there... Do you have free will when you're in heaven?
Yes. I think that's the whole point of everything.
So there's evil in heaven?
No, well, no, because you have to have free will to be able to be evil, but that's the whole setup. Is evil's not allowed. I'm the lawmaker.
So
you have the choice.
Is heaven perfect?
Yeah.
You said
because you can't go against God's will.
You said it was either or, perfection or free will.
Oh, well,
you can't have it both. So would that mean, I'm trying to understand how that would work. If you're in heaven and things are perfect and you still have free will, then you could choose to do something bad to someone else, which would mean it would no longer be perfect for them. Right? So if you and I are in heaven, and I have free will, I could walk up and kick you in the shin and you'd be like, damn it, that hurt. Well, I kicked you in the shin and now it's not perfect for you. So, and if you're robots in heaven, if we take out the free will and say you can't have free will in heaven in order for it to be perfect, then does that mean you're all robots in heaven?
Yeah, well, that's just it. That could have been created from the start.
Right. That's my whole point.
Is that if you wanted perfection, if you wanted everybody to act as just the way they're supposed to, and you don't want bad things to happen, you don't want people to be able to do the horrible things they do, then that's the answer. But to have free will, I think that's what this whole orchestrated complex thing is all about, is to make free will and eternity possible.
Right, but what's the point in having an eternity if you don't have free will in that eternity?
That's what I mean. I think eternity is all about having free will.
Okay, well then if you do have free will in that eternity, that means it can't be perfect.
Well, you have to willfully choose to conform to God's will. You still have your own mind. You can still do all the things that you want to do as long as you respect the law of God. And those laws are going to be just like the laws on the road, so you
could choose to break the law in heaven.
You could choose to break the law in heaven, but then you're reneging on the agreement
that got you there. But if that law was to hurt somebody else, then that place can't be perfect, because you're in heaven, you're just floating around in your heavenly wings or doing whatever people do in heaven, and I just come up and elbow you in the head.
Yeah,
because I've made that decision.
Well, that's what I
No.
think the whole point is that like our traffic system, we all have free will, but there are rules in place to make sure we're not barreling into each other, that we're not
right, but we have free will
hurting each other.
We have free will to break those rules.
Yeah, we do.
I want to go back to your statement of,
and if you,
it's either free will or perfection. You can't have both. But you said in heaven there's both. So I'm curious as to how you reconcile.
Well, I don't know. Perfection's kind of a tricky thing though, because I mean, perfect for who? If everything conforms to God's will, then that's perfect from God's perspective. But what if your will says something else? Then it's not perfect to you.
Joe wants to know, why does God want to be worshipped or served? Is it simply because God thinks he deserves it? Or is it because God plans to redeem creation and make the world or universe perfect? If it's the former, isn't that selfish and pointless? He just wants to be worshipped. If it's the latter, then what about genuinely good atheists and non-Christian theists who look toward the same goal? Do they get a place in heaven? If not, why? Even if they aid toward that goal that many other Christians do? That's a bit of a rambling question, I realize. Yes, it is, Joe, but good point. Why does God want to be worshipped and served?
Well, I don't, like I said earlier, I don't think he's being a dick. I think he's saying that it's what's required. If you're going to
but
maintain,
he made the rules though. So he could have made it so that he's not worshipped. He could have just said, don't be jerks to each other, right? He could have said, worship the planet. He could have said,
well, that's like
take care of Earth
okay.
and I'll reward you in heaven. Like, why does he have to be praised?
Think of God and God's will as the DNA code in your body. Now think of each cell in your body having the choice whether or not to adhere to the DNA of your body. So 95% of your body decides on their own, each individual cell, that they're going to follow to the letter what your DNA code says. But all the cells in your left hand said, you know what? I don't want to be what DNA says. I want to be 4 times as big and green. Now they're making that decision based on their own individual wants, not understanding the whole system, that when you have a hand 4 times the size, you're robbing the system of resources and all that. The DNA is there for a reason. The organization that DNA provides makes the whole system work. So if these cells in your left hand decide that they're not going to follow the rules, then they put the whole system in jeopardy.
No,
so
if God's an intelligent creator, though, he could design a system in which that wasn't necessary.
What do you mean?
Like, in which that would be possible for something to have a giant green hand without it robbing the rest of the resources. Like, most cephalopods, for example, have 3 to 5 hearts. Why? Because they have multiple tentacles that need the blood flow. So if they just had one heart, it wouldn't work. So it's available to, move and operate all of its tentacles and get blood flow in all those areas because it has multiple hearts.
Well, I think that people put too much of this, well, he's God, so he can do anything.
Okay.
I think he really is working in, an environment where it's not just anything and everything is possible. There are logistics involved. We are talking
basic
about
laws of physics that have to be followed.
Yeah, there's still stuff. I mean, you can't just for all the cells to do what, because then it's no longer an organized system, then it's chaos. So there has to be laws, there has to be rules, there has to be a DNA code that brings order to the system.
Okay. There's an Amazon Prime special called Critical in Thinking. It's a stand-up comedy by Ian Harris. I know he's done Comedy Central. I know he's done several other things, maybe Netflix and Hulu as well. He's got his own comedy specials. He posed a question for you as well. He said, Ian, why did you choose to be a Christian over being a Muslim after considering both religions carefully? Also, he's a smart ass.
Well, first, I would not be able to answer that without pissing off Muslims, but there is an answer.
Did you carefully review both religions before deciding? And what was that?
Well, it's
and by the way, I don't care if you piss off Muslims on this show. We do plenty of that on our own.
Well, Muslim religion also comes from those same texts,
right?
But
it's one of the Abrahamic religions,
right?
Yeah, a lot of the same problems I have with the Bible, I have with the Quran.
But you have the same issue with Muhammad that you have with like Joseph Smith. He just he basically just came down where his people, where I don't remember where the separation was. It was where it went from. It was the two twins. Was it Isaac's kids?
I don't remember.
But basically, the story being told did not favor his people and the people he came from. So he basically said, well, the Israelites, they ran off with the text and they changed it and all that. That's not the text. The text is actually goes like this. And we're the good guys. And rewrote it. And I mean, everybody in that age, they knew those texts, well, like it said, we read something earlier, you know it by heart. You've known it since birth. Everybody knows these texts. So he did too. But in that story, once it branched off of Abraham, I think Isaac and I don't remember his brother, but basically the people who then became the Islam came from, it was Abraham's son with his handmaiden, where he had decided to have a child with a handmaiden because he didn't think that Sarah was going to be able to give him a child.
Yeah, I think it was her. It was one of her slaves, I think.
Yeah, so that ended up being where Muhammad's people came from. So he basically rewrote the story to put. He said that he claimed that the Israelites took off to their land, took the holy books, wrote it in their favor, so they were the good guys.
So why don't you believe Islam? Why do you think Muhammad's lying? And these other 43 authors who wrote in 3 different languages over 1,600 years, they're telling the truth, but Muhammad's lying.
Well, because if the Israelites really did take off with the book and rewrote it and whatever, they still come out the bad guys. They still come out the ones who couldn't follow along, who couldn't follow the rules, who couldn't. Ian
was being a smart ass to get you to say, I've never considered Islam, but you have. So let's take that, Ian.
Take that, Ian.
Dania says, faith is a tool that con artists use. Why would God use the same tool as a con artist for your salvation? Like, just trust me instead of provide the evidence.
Yeah. Well, I mean, humans are going to use whatever. Humans use religion. Humans use, anything that's going to get leverage over you. Whether it be appealing to your sensitivity, appealing to whatever it is that they're going to turn whatever lever will influence your behavior and get what they want out of you.
Well, people will be people.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't trust the Bible. I know it was written by people. That's flat out. That's why I don't believe Jesus came back from the dead.
So that's why I have a hard time believing that. It's like with the 2,000 years that Genesis covers, and then you had said something about like, well, maybe that's the story that they made up over those events, and they said there was a God. That's given when I go down and look at the evidence, and those events really did line up to the number of centuries, and somehow these people kept up with 2,000 years of history before writing, and kept it so accurate. Like
there was writing. What do you mean before writing?
It was before writing. It was
there was writing.
No, if
there was writing 5,000 years before the Bible was created. There's Egyptian writing. There's
no. I'm talking about the stories that from between when the events actually happened. If my hypothesis is right, then Adam was created about 5,500.
Okay.
Flood was about 4,000.
Okay.
So they were able to construct this narrative without the ability of keeping records that accurately lines up with 2,000 years of history.
Yeah, and I just don't think it does. I think there's
and then
so
just
many mistakes, but.
And then you take, well, I mean, I can show you well, I mean, it's all on my website, but so you would have to do that, and they would have to complete the story, Old Testament and then New Testament, and tell a coherent story from beginning to end with, I don't know how many, 50 different authors and whatever. It's just
43. Yeah.
So it's just, it's so out of the realm of possibility in my mind that it
But
could
there's
just
so
be
many,
made up.
but there's so many mistakes. There's so many contradictions. There's so
Well,
many
of
parts
course
that
there
you,
is.
there's so many parts that you disagree with and reject and go, yeah, that's total BS. There's no way a snake and a human had a conversation. Like you
Well,
reject,
there's
you reject a lot of the silliness too that I do.
Well, humans wrote it. There's going to be mistakes.
And how do we know which ones are mistakes? How do we know
That's-
which ones are them trying to put in their own storytelling? How do we know which ones are fabrications or exaggerations?
That's where you just have to inform yourself. I mean, that's where.
I mean, there's nothing to tell us whether Jesus actually came back from the dead, or if it was hyperbole. They meant, we all really thought about Jesus a lot after he died, so he appeared to me. What if it was in a dream and they just left that part out? What if it was in a part of the original writing, but they took it out in year, I don't know, 580,
Right.
and by the time it got to King James, it wasn't in there anymore? How do we know? That's why I just look at the Bible and go, I can't call it reliable.
I don't know.
I've
It
got 3 more questions. I'm going
Okay.
to go kind of quick. I want to make sure these people are heard.
Yeah.
Jonathan Sprayberry, huge supporter of the show. He's always a part of this. He says, what is your personal best example of directly experiencing or perceiving the supernatural? And do you believe that magical powers actively exist?
No, it's well.
So
when
one,
you
do
say
you believe-
magical, it's no. I don't think there's. I think that things are realized in a much more realistic way. It's not just. It's not
Okay.
just magic.
As an
Yeah.
example, Moses parting the Red Sea.
Mhm.
The movies depict him holding up his hands with the staff and the water's literally moving apart.
Right.
Do you think that actually happened, or is that storytelling?
I think that actually happened, but I think it was realized in some way that maybe we can't. I don't know how it happened, but I do think, in the context of the story, in the layout of the land they were in. I mean, I don't know. I can't say that it did happen or didn't happen, but if it did happen, I think it happened through purely natural means. I don't think it was something that was realized through magic. Let me give you an example that kind of answers his question. It's probably the best example I have of an answered prayer.
Okay.
A few years ago, I was building a studio because I like to produce music and such. And I had invested some money in this, that, and the other. I wanted to, build just an artistic studio where I could do my music, my art, my everything. And I had invested all this money in, and I was researching different items, like what I was going to buy next and put in the studio. And I mean, I'm sure you're familiar. And I started feeling really selfish and really guilty because I was putting all this time and energy into my interest and what I wanted to do. And I prayed about it. I said, is this something are these interests of mine, or these talents that I have, are they given? Should I be using them? Should I be investing money in myself for sure? Or should I be doing something else with this money? Am I being selfish? And it was within the same week. I can't say it was the next day, but it was within a couple of days. It was still very fresh on my mind. It was still what was going through my mind. I walked out of my apartment, and there was a drafting table sitting there next to my door. A drafting table was actually the next item I was going to get for the studio. It's what I had been researching, which drafting table I was going to get. There's this drafting table sitting there, and I realized it's the neighbors across the way. They're moving. It's raining. They don't have room on the truck, so they left it there so it's not getting rained on because it's in a kind of a breezeway. I left it by my door, kind of pulled away from the stairs. But it was still kind of getting wet. I mean, there was still, there was still moisture and whatever. And this was like solid wood. It wasn't treated. It wasn't anything. So I dragged it inside, and I left them a note saying, hey, this was getting wet. Just come let me know and I just didn't want it to get damaged. And they came back and said, you'd really be doing me a favor if you took that. I don't have room for it, whatever. And that was such a, I mean, I've had things like that happen before in my life, but not so specific for it to be a drafting table out of all things that they could have pulled out of that apartment.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly, if you already believe, that's certainly something that could help solidify it.
Mm-hmm.
My mom tells a story of having a plumber over and having a clogged up tub, and he's on the roof running a snake down through her pipe, and he can't get through. And he's like, comes back down and says, sorry, we're going to have to drill and knock up your living room floor and pull pipes up. And she's just saying, I can't afford that. Please go try again. She sends him back on the roof and she starts praying. Please, God, you know, I can't afford this right now. I can't do it. And while she's praying, he breaks through and she hears the tub drain. And she starts thanking Jesus. That's a very specific prayer for her as well.
Yeah,
when I ask her why, you know, what's your spiritual experience? That's what it is. What do you think I would say to both of those situations?
I don't know. Well, I mean, in her situation, it was, I don't know if it's as specific because it was something that he was already trying to do. He had the equipment to do it.
No, I understand.
He just gave it another try.
He gave it another try because he felt bad for it. He went to try extra hard, probably saw the desperation in her face.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
He could have easily said, sorry, I'm not getting back up there. It's a liability. I've
Right.
already tried. I'm leaving. And you think she would have counted that? She wouldn't have counted that a hit against God's existence.
Yeah.
Right. So we sort of count the hits and ignore the misses when it comes to that. And that's obviously a really cool story. I would say it's very coincidental, just perfect coincidence. I mean, it's an amazing story.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff like that happens to atheists, and we just laugh and go, wow, if we were religious, we would totally say this was God doing it. Happens all the time to us, and we're not religious people. God's not working in our lives. As a matter of fact, I've got one for you. When we moved into our home, the U-Haul broke down. First of all, the movers canceled on us the day of.
Nice.
We were supposed to be out. So we had to go rent a U-Haul and move the entire place by ourselves. The U-Haul broke down after we got out to the house, and it was black, completely locked out. There was no electricity turned on. The electrical company didn't turn the electricity on. They hadn't turned the water on. So we had nowhere to sleep. We couldn't even go in the house. Just problem after problem after problem. We went to eat at a Taco Bell and went to pull out of the drive-thru, and they were doing work on the pavement, and we dropped off and damaged the oil pan, busted the oil pan open in the car. This all happened in the same day. It was horrific.
Mm-hmm.
And we had just got this place, so we drove an hour, slept on my mom's couch. We lost the lock that goes into the back of the U-Haul, so we just had to back it up to the garage and hope nobody could squeeze into the little space and get into our stuff. It was a horrible time. And then we tried to take the U-Haul back after we emptied it because we were running late because of the electricity, and it broke down halfway there. So I got out and called, and I'm 2 exits away from the U-Haul place, and they were like, sorry, you have to wait there for a truck to come pick you up. And I'm like, I'm 2 exits away from you. Just come get the truck. I have to go back home. I have a million things going on. And they wouldn't. So Brandy came and picked me up. I drove up there. I dropped the key off on the desk, and they hit my credit card for $500 and something for abandoning the vehicle. This was step by step the worst weekend of our lives. And I kid you not, that Monday morning, there was a check in the mail for $800. It was to both of us, and it was from our insurance company. And we called and went, what's this? And they were like, I don't really know. I see here that there was an overage somewhere 8-9 months ago. Not really sure, but there's no issue with it. It's yours. And we were like,
yeah,
wow. And we just laughed and said, man, if we were religious, we'd be thanking Jesus for this. That kind of stuff happens to people. I will say the drafting table is pretty specific, but things happen like that, and I would just chalk it up as coincidence. But I wouldn't really call that a spiritual or supernatural experience. I would call it, a very convenient coincidence. And Pamela was just asking, do you think Islam is false? You've already answered why. So I'll go one more. I'll go with Jason.
All right.
He says, if a Christian is always supposed to try not to lie, why is it that they keep coming back with the same arguments even after that individual has been told that their argument is incorrect? We've had a little bit of that happen today, to be honest with you. Example, if man came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? Many individuals who have had this misconception explained to them will tend to use the same argument as if they hadn't heard that it was an incorrect question. Wouldn't that be considered a lie?
Yeah, I would think so. But my first thought, and it's probably reflects on me as far as my poor opinion towards somebody who would even bring that up, as far as that argument
about the monkeys.
Yeah, my first thought is they didn't understand the answer.
That's a good possibility.
So maybe they don't know they're lying. Maybe they're going through their bag of whatever.
Well, at one point today, you said something, and then I proved to you through the Bible that wasn't the case. And then 5 minutes later, you said it again. I was like, well, we've already addressed that. And you said, well, to your satisfaction. So that could be another piece of it. To me, it satisfies me. But to you, you've got some other possibilities.
Yeah, I don't know. That was that whole belief thing. That was that. I'm still.
Give it some thought. Try. Go home, and take. You got styrofoam cups?
No.
Plastic cups? Paper towels?
Yeah.
Hide a knife under a paper towel, and put 3 other paper towels out, and have someone switch them around, and then peek under them, and see which one the knife is under. And then hold your hand above the one that you saw the knife under and convince yourself that it's not really there. Just believe it. And once you fully believe that knife is gone, just slap it as hard as you can with your hand.
Right.
You're not going to do it.
Well, I'm not going to do it, but it is within my ability to choose to believe the knife's not there and just go for it.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not.
I could convince myself.
Could you go underwater and convince yourself that you're not really underwater and take a breath?
Yeah. I mean, not and survive, but yeah, I could do that. I could convince myself of the belief so strongly that I went ahead and
I completely disagree. I do not. I think that is entirely impossible for you to convince you. I think you could just take a breath, knowing you're going to suck in air to your lungs and probably die if you're not around a lifeguard or something.
No, I'm sure something like that has actually happened, or somebody just thought if I believe strong enough, then I'm going to.
Yeah, but they're not actually believing. They're taking a leap of faith as a chance, but they're not actually believing it to be true.
Well, the whole reason they would take that breath in is because they believe it, or they think they believe it,
or they hope.
They believe it so strongly, they just kill themselves testing it.
Or they hope. Boy, what a marathon. This has been fun, man. I'm glad you got to come do it.
Yeah, me too.
4.5 hours this audio file is.
Wow.
Look at that. That's crazy. Well, thank you so much for coming today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
For joining me, man. I really appreciate it. And go through some of these things and some of the things that we've talked about, and let's touch base again.
All right.
Let's do this again. All right?
All right.
Even if it's over the phone.
Yeah.
So thanks so much. Tell them your website again. It's hubpages.com.
Right. And
slash @ symbol
Headley
Von Noggin.
Yeah, I think it's without the slide, without the @
I already proved that to you too. You're lying.
Well,
here you go lying.
I don't know, man. I'm not buying it.
If you just actually search Hub Pages and Headley Von Noggin, you're the first thing that'll come up.
It'll come up.
So do that, folks. Well, thank you so much for your time, man.
I
really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. All right, folks. That's all for today. We'll see you next time. Hey, drive like you know each other. Watch out for bikes. Jesus.
Johnny's in America, no tax at the wheel. No one needs anyone, they don't even just pretend. I'm afraid of Americans. I'm afraid of the world. I'm afraid I can't help it. I'm afraid I can't. I'm afraid of Americans. I'm afraid of the world. I'm afraid I can't help it. I'm afraid I can't. I'm afraid of Americans. Johnny's in America. Johnny wants a brain. Johnny wants to suck on the coke. Johnny wants a woman. Johnny wants to think of a joke. Johnny's in America. I'm afraid of Americans. I'm afraid of the world. I'm afraid I can't help it. I'm afraid I can't. I'm afraid of America.